The button has been pushed.
Oh, right. Wait for it
Hooray.
to go live on the YouTubes. There it is. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Hope everyone's having a fantastic Sunday. Today we're going to be talking about a movie. You might have heard about it. It's all the buzz, all the rage this holiday season. Today we're joined by two wonderful guests, MarcTheCyborg and
Hello.
TruePopCulture. Should I just call you TruePop? Do you have a name?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with TruePop.
TruePop is nice of a nickname, I suppose. Yes.
Oh, right. Yeah, and for reference, I'm Jamie and this is Hugh. Hello. I don't think you guys have met, so hello.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome to the channel. Yeah, so if you want to refer to us, that would be the way to do it. How's everybody doing in chat? We're going to talk about Nosferatu today. I hope you're excited.
And well, they certainly have been good. They're on screen, so
that's good.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes OBS decides arbitrarily whether they are or not on screen, and so it looks like they've been well behaved, and they have been rewarded by the YouTube gods for their good behavior. How you guys doing, Mark and TruePop?
I'm doing okay. Been a bit of a busy day. I had the Penguin premiere for Metal's Forge because we did a pre-record, as with Metal being in the Mauler land, as well as I was watching the last two episodes of Black Sails with Wolf and Theo. So I was kind of multitasking, being in chat on the premiere and watching the ending of a very good show.
I was just about to ask because I've yet to see it, but I've heard good things about it. Black Sails, that's a pirate show, correct?
Yeah, pirate show. It's on the was on the Stars Network because it's been over for a while now. But it's 4 seasons, and I strongly recommend it.
Sweet. Hugh, have you seen it?
I've seen the first season. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I just, one of those things.
It continues to get better.
I never got around to finishing it, but
Is it like a Treasure Island prequel?
Yes,
basically yes, but that's not really focused on all that much.
Okay,
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Because I assume you do not need to have known anything about Treasure Island to. Okay, cool.
No, but Wolf has recommended that I read Treasure Island now because there's I guess it's kind of done in reverse, but there's references to things that happened on Black Sails and in some pretty cool ways apparently. So they did their homework. They read the book.
That's cool.
You can watch the DreamWorks Treasure Island. That one's good. I like that one.
You can also watch the Muppets Treasure Island. That's also pretty good.
What? I didn't know. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I've not seen Muppets Treasure Island, but I have seen the Muppets Christmas Carol, and that's like one of the best Christmas movies I've ever seen in my life. So I imagine Treasure Island would be good as well. Well, sweet. So we're here to talk about Nosferatu. This is the conclusion of our Robert Eggers arc, at least for now, until whatever his next movie is. We watched The Witch, The Lighthouse, and The Northman and reviewed them on the channel leading up to this. You can go find those streams if you want to know what we thought about those movies. Now it's time for his newest film, Nosferatu. This is, of course, an adaptation of the original 1922 Nosferatu silent German film, which is itself an unauthorized adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be a lot to talk about in the adaptation side of things. I suppose we'll just jump into it. We'll start, I suppose, with Mark. Mark, what did you think of Nosferatu?
I liked it. I thought that it had a lot of really good gothic horror elements and almost seemed like a movie that would have been made like 40 years ago about similar subjects, just with obviously much better cinematography and like lighting. But I can absolutely see how maybe it wouldn't be people's cup of tea because the acting is pretty melodramatic and it's a very tense movie with a lot of things happening that are, I guess, not exactly hard to follow, but it's tough to figure out who the anchor of the movie is at any given point because it's constantly changing. So if someone told me, I watched Nosferatu and I really didn't get into it, I wouldn't try to argue them out of it. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, all right. Mr. TruePop, what did you think of Nosferatu?
Yeah, I like the film. I definitely do. I do maybe have some little issues with it, but that might be because I had to study the Bram Stoker Dracula book in college.
Oh my
And
goodness, I cannot wait. Bram Stoker's the Dracula book is one of my favorites, I would say, all time.
Ooh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I reread it this year, and I was reminded exactly how much I absolutely love that book. So I'm excited to be able to get into that as well. Jamie also is a big fan.
Yeah, we even had a stream a little while ago that we titled Hugh and Jamie complain about Dracula adaptations for a while because we watched the original what's it called?
The Bela
Uh,
Lugosi
that's the one, the Bela Lugosi
1931
Dracula,
Universal.
well as Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula, so called. And we complained
big air
about
quotes.
how poorly they adapt the book because the book is very, very good. If anyone here has not read the book or has not read it in a long time, I highly recommend it. It will surely come up as we continue this conversation. I'm
Yeah.
sure. But before I interrupt you any further, did you have more to add, Mr. TruePop?
Yeah, I basically felt that this was probably the best adaptation of that book. So I don't think I don't know. I think maybe some of my gripes with the book translate to this film. So I don't think I dislike the film that much, but I definitely thought it was a movie. It wasn't slop like we usually get in cinemas. There's a artistic vision in here that I can see, and I appreciate it for that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's weird studying the book because I don't know. I guess I had this naive idea. Oh, cool, vampires. They're basically like zombies, but just faster. You know, they're cannibals. And the English teacher is just like, did you know that vampires are hugely related with sex? And it's just like, wow, I didn't compare those two whatsoever in my mind. But hey,
It's
no,
a
all sorts
metaphor,
of.
man.
It's a metaphor. Yeah.
What does it represent? Anyway, I'm not a big fan of that kind of English literature analysis, but that's another conversation. Well,
Yeah.
I guess, Hugh, do you want to say what you thought of Nosferatu?
Well, I'm in a similar boat, except I don't know. I came out. I really wanted to like this movie, but I came out of the theater the first time pretty disappointed. I would say I didn't really care for it. I think there's a lot of good in it. But then upon a rewatch, I progressively got more and more annoyed with what I think are some pretty large missteps in the writing, both as, just on its own and as an adaptation. And I'm not really sure any of the technical aspects, executions save it for me. Like I don't think they really push it over into like the realm of something that I would readily recommend to people. I do think it's worth checking out, but like I don't know, man. Not really feeling it. It didn't do it for me.
Interesting. I'm in a similar boat to Hugh. I really, really wanted to like this movie. If you've been following our arc so far, you know that we are quite big fans of his previous three films. Is easily one of my favorite working directors today. I love The Lighthouse. I really like The Witch, and The Northman is pretty darn solid also. I was so ready to love this movie, and I just didn't. And then watching it again this morning, actually, it just falls apart more for me. I think I'm at the point where I actively dislike the movie now, which is so this I think will be an interesting conversation. And also I'm having that feeling that's all too common for me these days, where everyone really likes a movie and it gets really high reviews, and I feel like I'm being gaslit a little bit. But that's certainly there is a lot to appreciate about this movie, technically, and aesthetically, if you will. But I just don't think the writing's very good, and I think my biggest problem is the ending and the sort of
Yeah.
symbolic, moral, ethical implications of it. I hated the ending so very much. I was really into the movie, I would say, until he gets to Dracula's. Sorry, it's not Dracula in this movie. Count Orlock. I'm gonna make those because I know the characters very well in Dracula, and they're kind of funny how similar some of the names are. Like Dr. Seward in the book is Dr. Sievers in this. Anyway, so that I will get tripped up on that, I'm sure. But once he gets to Count Orlock's castle, I think the movie kind of really starts to falter, and we'll talk all about it.
I think if you slip up and say Dracula, we can just do the math. Like you don't even really have to correct it. Like we'll know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's funny. I watched the 1979 one that Werner Herzog did, Nosferatu the Vampire, and he doesn't even try in that. The vampire's name is Dracula, not Orlock, and it's Jonathan Harker. It's Lucy Harker, not Mina, for some reason. Not sure what that is. I guess about, but yeah.
Do they just combine the character of Lucy Westenra, or however you say her name?
It's exactly the same character as in this movie of Ellen, basically. So not particularly.
I see a comment in chat, and I want to point this out because this will become important later. Someone said, well, it had the same ending as the OG 1922, so that's a weird take. No, it didn't. It is not the same ending. It is meaningfully different in ways that truly matter. Go rewatch it if you don't believe me. We'll talk all about it. The interesting thing about this movie is that it is quite willing to change things and add things from the 1922 film. It is not like wholly married to everything in that. So it's definitely its own thing. And I want to mostly focus on how it works as its own thing. Yeah. But especially when things that I don't think are very well executed come up, I'll surely reference how I think they're better in Dracula and why. But we'll talk all about it. I suppose we could just. I'm excited because I'm glad we have such a wide variety of opinions here, because I think it'll be interesting instead of us, you and I, just arguing with chat the whole time. Yeah. So,
I did see also in the chat from Mr. Redhead that Robert Eggers doesn't really like the Dracula novel. I can tell. By the way that this movie is, I can kind of tell that he's not a huge fan. But yeah, we can just jump right into it whenever we're ready.
Well, sure. Yeah, so the opening scene of the movie is something of a dream sequence with Lily Rose Depp's character. Her name is Ellen. She calls out with her hands clasped in prayer. She's calling out for comfort to a guardian angel or some sort of spirit of comfort, and then
or anything.
I'm glad you're saying the names, because honestly, I don't remember them. Like I might
some of them
as
are
well.
barely mentioned or barely said aloud, so it's
Ellen
easy to forget.
Ellen is said quite frequently.
Ellen is,
yeah, I knew it was Ellen.
But yes, no worries. I will try to remember their names. Yes, her name is Ellen, and she calls out. And instead of getting some sort of guardian angel or anything sort of positive in her distress, she sort of finds herself, like, it looks like she's laying down, but then suddenly she's standing up, and then she walks around the room, and there's a shadow cast. I really quite like the way this looks. It's the opening scene of the movie. It's in some of the trailers, where there's a giant shadow across the drapes that are blowing in the curtains as they're blowing in the wind. But when the curtains fall away, you can't see any figure there. You just see the shadow. It's a really cool visual effect. I quite like it. And then she stands in front of the windows and she starts to levitate, because Robert Eggers really likes people levitating in his movies. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm noticing that as a pattern. It shows up in every movie. Anyway, so then she starts levitating, and she's
told by him, you wakened me from an eternity of darkness. You are not for the living. You are not for humankind. And then as she levitates and then walks out of the house, he asks her to swear a binding oath of loyalty to him. And she does. She do it.
She do it. And so she swears the oath of loyalty. Then she starts experiencing sexual pleasure, we'll say. Then he grabs her throat and she screams, and like when we cut to the wide, he's not there, but she's clearly being choked, and she's kind of spazzing out, like trying to get whatever's on top of her off, and she's kind of looks a little bit like an epileptic fit. There'll be quite a bit of her violently shaking in this movie. And then it cuts to the title. Now, interesting things to plant flags in here is that she swears an eternal oath to him, at this point, and
she calls out
what?
to like a guardian angel, a spirit of kindness, or anything. Basically, anything or any spirit is like where it gets to by the end of the monologue. So
Yes.
that would be. I think that's also kind of important to put a little flag in or a pin in there, just because like that seems to be by the time we get to around to it the only thing that draws him in is that
Yes.
she changes it up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so
To
the
include that
thing I don't
broad.
like already, and this will get more, there'll be more meat on this by the end of the movie, but he is not this like eternal, he is a sort of eternal creature, this undead vampire thing, but
Hmm.
apparently he was just sort of asleep in the grave forever until she woke him up by going, "Please, someone comfort me." And
Maybe
then
like
maybe
it's not particular. This is
Yeah, it's not
one of
clear.
yeah. It's not particularly clear because he is. I think we can say pretty safely active in some way in Transylvania, because by the time we get to see the gypsies, they all sort of know, hey, don't fucking say that name. You say that name, that castle, no, don't talk about that shit here. That's a bad omen. Like, he's been doing something while he's there.
But
So
and yet also he says that like you awakened me from like an
yeah,
eternal dark slumber by calling out to me.
yeah.
Um,
It's kind of it never will make it clear exactly what he's been up to this whole time, and I think that kind of right out of the gate that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit. Not a huge fan of that.
it's a very strange choice. It's quite a big deviation, even from the vampire in Nosferatu. That it's like he was just sort of lying in some grave somewhere, or like in a pit of eternal darkness, until one lady across the continent was like, "Please, someone help me. Someone bring me comfort." And so then, like, it's and then, but like you said, the gypsies are dealing with this vampire. Clearly, they have like lore around it and superstitions and everything. And they even they're killing that like there are other vampires apparently because they kill one of them in a
Yes.
later scene. We'll get to that.
They're
Oh,
basically they're on the ball with ridding their country of the vampires, which is like another, because we'll find out later that he's partially, anyway, like in the Dracula novel, he's partially leaving because the superstitions in Transylvania have made it very difficult for him to exist there the way that he needs to survive, right? Like, he can't just feed freely in that country anymore because people have figured him out and figured out the other vampires, and they're there, they're doing a pretty solid job of knocking them out when they can.
And they know
Um,
what keeps them away, like,
yeah,
garlic and all these other, crucifixes and things of the sort.
yeah, they know what to do to. Yeah, so he's looking forward, as he says, to getting to a place where superstition is not as, I think he says, like, as backward. He's looking forward to getting away from that, right, for that reason. But also, there's a pretty heavy implication that he orchestrated this entire series of events specifically because Ellen called out to him in this moment and swore an
Yeah.
oath and then betrayed it. So I don't know. It's, again, like one of those things where it's kind of unclear how much one or both or is at play, and I'm not. It's just a little too foggy for me to really
Okay, like
sink my teeth
for
into.
example, this is what confuses me about this is that we're later told that he was a black enchanter, someone who practices black magic, who made a deal with the devil to preserve his corpse so that his corpse would continue on to live in blasphemy. And then we're later told that basically he's just been sitting around in an empty black pit, literal or metaphorical, until one lady awoke him by
By
having
not
some inner
being quite
darkness.
specific enough in a
Well,
prayer that she called out to. Yeah.
It's very strange. It's very strange. I don't quite get it. He seems
Yeah.
he's death and darkness and evil and all that and an appetite. Like, why is he just sitting in an empty like void until she calls out to him? That kind of seems to go against the idea that he's well, in every other version of Dracula, he's this guy that's living like for thousands of years, like consuming and feeding on people and terrorizing the countryside and all that sort of stuff. Not some demon that is just lying in wait for one lady to come along.
Yeah. When whatever grabbed her in the beginning, I don't know why, but I didn't think that was Orlock.
It is.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be. But
it
like,
has to be. But I don't know. In my mind, it was maybe some kind of demon, and that's the origin of her premonitions. Basically, that she opened herself up to a demon, and then Orlock comes to them. But now that I think about it, yeah,
Orlock is the demon, but you're right that she does kind of like open herself up to it at this point. We'll later learn that she has the Shining for all intents.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going to bring up. I said I think that it's less that it was some lady who said, "Oh, like wasn't specific enough in a prayer," and more that there's something exceptional about her that allowed her to communicate to him from presumably far away, because, like, I mean, he can't easily travel.
Pretty far.
Pretty damn far.
Not as far, for example, as London.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, though, like I would assume that he was not physically there in the opening kind of dreamlike sequence. That it was, that's kind of what I got from it.
True. I think there's definitely truth in that. She has special like premonition powers. You know, she can see the future. She can kind of intuit things before they happen. She has the Shining, essentially, and so there's something unique about her in that regard. But then the implication of that is that he's just been sort of in a void of nothing in like a weird limbo for thousands of years, and that kind of seems to cut against the whole idea of making a deal with the devil to become this undead monster. You know what I mean? Like, because he's not doing anything for hundreds of years.
This would be me writing the movie for them, but maybe part of his deal was the only way you'll be able to actually take corporeal form and be able to walk around is if someone actually desires for you to be in the world. And
that would be some filling in some gaps.
Well, that would be there's kind of different ways you could interpret what he is. That would be one of them, but that would kind of cut off some of the other things we see, you know? Like, as someone in chat mentioned, like, it's kind of unclear what he is. Is he a demon? Is he a person possessed by a demon? Is he an undead human? Is he an appetite? The movie kind of, like, for example, the movie will say over and over again that he is death itself. And that feels like more like a metaphor than anything, because he does have to be an actual being who is a guy who made a deal with the devil to preserve his life beyond the grave and blasphemy, only to not do anything with it until this lady comes along.
That's
I mean, like, but also like most deals with the devil do have like catches. So maybe part of it was like, yeah, you can be awake as long as there's like someone who you love who will want to have you as their husband. Good luck.
Yeah, maybe, yes, but also he doesn't seem to gain anything from it. Like, he doesn't.
Well, he gains the immortality, and he does gain like the ability to use shadow hypnosis and to bring death and destruction. But like, they do also, if that's the case, I don't know if they really lean into that as much as they do that he is, like plague and death and like the embodiment of evil. Particularly towards the end. So I just feel like it's kind of murky in a way that it doesn't stick for me. I don't really want to have to go through a lot of the mental gymnastics of figuring out what the terms of his contract are here and whether or not he is a demon or death or just like a guy who got tricked by the devil basically and is kind of
well, like, he has all these powers and stuff like that, but he
is corporeal.
Yeah, but if he's just been like lying in this eternal darkness, waiting for this to happen, then he didn't really like. What is he like? Has he really not
You
been
get all
doing
these powers,
anything
but
for
you don't get
thousands
to
of
use
years?
them. Basically, yeah. I like, well, and again, I
That
don't think
feels
that there's
like
enough
we're
evidence that
yeah.
we can say that he was just lying around, because they do also mention that, like, he's been fucking with the country that he lives in pretty hard, to the point that they know his castle, like they know that his shadow can screw you over, right? Like there's that scene,
Yeah.
there's a scene where it, like, later on, where she's going to say, like, when in the same situation where we find out what he is, that in life he was an evil warlock, and then he became, reincarnated by the devil. They talk about the effect that his shadow has, and that they know that you're safe in the house of God.
Yes.
So he clearly
And
has
that
been active.
he has
So
to like sleep in his own soil, sleep in his
yeah,
own grave
exactly.
essentially. Like they know quite a bit about him. And so I think when he's like, "Oh, you awakened me," like that doesn't fit with everything else that's happening. Um,
Yeah.
but
Um.
we'll get more of that as we go. We should probably keep moving unless you
Yeah.
had something to add there. So she makes a deal with the devil in the opening sort of sequence of the movie. And then, so the other thing I just wanted to add, and then we say years later, all right? So it's an undetermined amount of time. It seems to be quite a while. That clearly happened before she met Thomas. Because we'll eventually learn that she's had these abilities, these shining like abilities for a while, but at one point in her despair, when she becomes kind of isolated from her family who is a bit scared of her, that's when she reaches out and this demon answers, right? And then those sort of horrible visions that she has of the demon and getting married to it and all that sort of stuff ends when she meets Thomas, her husband, played by Nicholas Hoult. And then they start up again uh, when the
After the
movie essentially,
honeymoon, when the movie picks up, like after the honeymoon is
yes.
when they start back up. Yeah.
So she wakes up from this nightmare, and she wakes up from a different nightmare that we didn't see, and she tells her husband of this specific nightmare. He's like, "I gotta go. I gotta go to my job. I'm a broker for
He's
real
like, "Yeah,
estate."
don't say the shit out loud, okay? Like, stop it. You're freaking me
Yeah.
out, bitch. Come on."
So she tells of this nightmare that involved being a bride at the place where they got married. Only it wasn't him at the altar; it was death itself.
Well,
And
this happens after he gets the news that he's leaving. He basically says, like, "Oh, I got to go to work," and she's like, "No, no, no, come on. The honeymoon was too
oh
short."
right,
And then he goes off
I'm
and gets the assignment to go to Transylvania. Um, and then
you're right.
yeah,
I was jumping ahead. We don't learn of that yet. Instead, she wakes up and she's like clearly a little horny from the erotic dream she had about the vampire demon, and so she tries to tell her husband to stay in bed. And he's like, "No, I got to go to work." He's like, "Oh, I'm glad you're so horny. How lucky am I? But really, I gotta go." And so he leaves. And then as he leaves, she says out loud to herself, "He has this position already. They'll send him away." Which is the first thing we get of her like shining like abilities.
yeah.
And I keep mentioning the shining because this is almost identical to the scene where Danny is like talking to Tony and he's like, he already got the job. He's gonna phone Wendy in just a minute. Um, I'm not quite sure what this does for the story that she like kind of sees things coming sometimes. I'm not quite sure what he has the position already means because eventually we'll learn in like the next scene that he's being sent off to go make this weird kind of shady deal with this eccentric strange Count Orlock fella who lives in Transylvania. And if he goes on this adventure all the way there to secure this deal, then he'll get an official position within the company. But she says he already has the position. I don't
Yeah.
know what
I
that
was gonna
means
say,
exactly.
is it in Transylvania? Did they blatantly say
Yes.
that, or was it some
When you see
other?
the map on the table, you like, if it's upside down, but it says Transylvania. Like, he
Okay.
points right at it on the map.
And he says the Carpathian Mountains is what he
Yeah, on
specified.
beyond the
Okay.
Carpathian Mountains. Yeah.
All right.
Yes, so that is the same as it is in Dracula as well. Only now we are in Germany instead of London as we are in the book. We're in Germany because in Nosferatu, including the 20s version, it's Germany instead.
We're not in Whitby anymore.
But that will... the change to Germany, though it's not unique to this movie, is a strange one. We'll come back to that.
I just assumed in Nosferatu it took place in Germany.
Yeah,
it is.
I think it's mostly weird in the context of the way Robert Eggers tends to use language. Or, I mean, I guess not in Northman, but in both Lighthouse and The Witch, there's a real attempt to make the way people speak authentic to the place and time that it takes place. Yeah. So having it take place in Germany, but everyone sound British was strange.
He did
because this is a secret Dracula movie.
He was to be fair, he did want to do the Northman entirely in Old Norse. That was something that he brought to the production company, and they were like, said, "Fuck no,
no,
this is a $90 million movie. You cannot do that."
Yeah.
So what's interesting though is that this is a cheaper movie. I
agree with you in the context of this one.
Well, yeah, because that's what I wanted to get to. So everyone speaks English. Not only do they speak English, they speak it with British accents, which is distracting in a way for me. I know this is not unique to this movie. A lot of American movies do this, where if it's in any foreign country other than England, they just speak with English accents anyway. But it is surprising for Robert Eggers to do, because as you mentioned, the attention to detail and period accents in his previous movies is quite remarkable. Like in The Northman, they don't speak English with British accents. They speak English with what we can imagine is something like how the Vikings spoke at the time. There's a sort of Old Norse inflection to the way they speak that isn't English, that isn't strictly American, but obviously for the sake of a mostly English-speaking audience, they speak English. That's all fine. In this, they don't even have people speak with German accents, which I think would be better. That's what I would have preferred for this movie. If they spoke English with German accents, but I think maybe he just didn't want to do that because Americans have a hard time doing that. Like American actors have a hard time speaking with German accents.
But most of it is American, right?
I think he's British, but I think the only Americans that, or at least that I was aware of, are Willem Dafoe and Lily Rose Depp. Because Nicholas Holt's English, isn't he?
Yeah, he's English, and then
Aaron Taylor Johnson is
he's
too.
English. The guy who plays the doctor, who
Ralph
isn't the one,
yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, he's British. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have preferred it if they spoke with German accents. If we're still going to set it in Germany, it's not a huge deal.
No,
but...
not particularly. Although the decision to keep it in Germany, also, for me is another one where I'm like, I get it, right? Because I had to keep reminding myself, because the theater I went to a place called the Alamo Drafthouse, which essentially, before the movie starts, you don't really get trailers and all that. What you get is a half-hour documentary on what you're about to watch, and it kind of is supposed to sort of set the mood for what it is that you're going to be checking out. And so the first 15 minutes of that was a whole documentary about the history of Dracula adaptations in film. And so I kind of had that I was like, oh, okay, we're really riding the Dracula line here. I had to keep reminding myself throughout, this is Nosferatu, not Dracula, so it's a bit different, but...
And the English accents is part of why you have to keep reminding yourself.
Yeah, that too, but the decision to keep it in Germany as opposed to putting it, in Whitby, right? It's what does it necessarily add to the rest of the movie? And the answer is honestly, not much. It could have been either. And not that I dislike the setting. It's just, well, you could have put it in either one and it would have been fine,
Well, while we're talking about it, should we just mention the big problem with having it set in Germany?
Well, sure. I've got the map loaded up here actually for you fine people in the chat. So there's going to be a scene where a
sequence or a whole plot beat.
Yeah, where he takes a ship from Transylvania to a port city in Germany, and this is a holdover, the Voyage of the Demeter from the book Dracula. Now, the interesting thing about that is that in order to get from Transylvania to London, you will need to get on a boat at some point, especially at this time, because there's no channel. But To get from Transylvania to Germany, we see Nicholas Holt's character Thomas. He just rides a horse, and so
Yeah.
then Count Orlock hops on a boat to get to this city. And I just want to show you the map of. So I have the Transylvania International Airport here for reference. This is about where he would have started. Now you'll see pretty quickly here, the only way for him to get to the coast of Germany by boat would either be to go all the way through the Mediterranean around the Iberian Peninsula, hang a Yui, and then come all the way back around to Germany, or to ride so far north over land to the coast in Poland that you might as well just make the rest of the trip by land anyway. So it's just a little it's just a little bit of a problem with that. Like,
Are there any shortcuts that can be taken over lakes?
To get
to
from
be
one
clear,
to another.
In Dracula the book, he's going to London, so of course he has to take a boat.
Yeah.
In Nosferatu, they said it in Germany because it was a German, company and filmmakers making the movie. They said it in Germany, but they also have him take a boat in that movie. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in any of the Nosferatu movies that he has to take a boat, but they want the cool scenes of him being on the boat.
On the boat and everything.
Yeah.
And as Wasserman is pointing out, that would be a rather short trip through Bohemia on a train or carriage. Well, you're right about that, and it kind of shows later on in the movie when his boat arrives at the exact same time that the sickly Nicholas Holt does, riding a horse.
As soon as I saw Holt riding that horse back, I'm like, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? And yet, it was a problem.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, I guess Orlock leaves after Nicholas Holt, though, doesn't he?
If he leaves after and they arrive at the same time, then he leaves before. I would say that he leaves before.
Oh, right? Does he?
Yeah, well, because he
at least
gets
in
out,
the editing.
Yeah, in the editing, because he's gone by the time Nicholas Holt wakes up and gets chased off the ledge by the wolves.
Oh, right? Really? Yeah, okay.
So he would have hopped on the boat first, and then made it all, gets all the way up there. We have a couple good scenes of him on the Demeter, eating Russian sailors and whatnot, and spreading plague. But Nicholas Holt manages to recover, get out from under the shadow at a monastery, figure out everything, grab a horse, and ride all the way back basically in the same amount of time that it took him to sail from wherever he decided to sail from. So just a little bit of a logistics thing, but it's not like a really that's not that's by and far the biggest problem that I have with it. I just think it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say you guys are making good points, but I don't know. As soon as I saw a solicitor go into the castle, I'm like, oh, this is basically Dracula, right? All these little name changes and stuff like that. I suppose it didn't bother me as much because I just I'll treat this like a Dracula movie then. But from what I know, Nosferatu originally, I don't know who's producing this, Universal or something. They made Nosferatu.
Was done by a F.W. Murnau, German silent film expressionist director in 1922. So
okay,
yeah,
yes, but the story you might be hinting at there is that they wanted to do an adaptation of Dracula. They went to the estate of Bram Stoker and said, "Hey, can we adapt his book?" And they said no. And they said, "Okay, well, we're going to do it anyway without telling you, and we're just going to change the names around a little bit." And so they did that, and then Bram Stoker's estate found out, and they sued, and they won the suit. And actually, the judge ordered that all the copies of the film be destroyed. But not all of them were, and that's how the movie survives. Yeah. So it's just an interesting story. But yeah, the way they change, even in the 20s movie, they change things meaningfully from the book as well. It's not just a few name changes. There are some bigger differences. And I would say there's even bigger differences with this one.
Yeah, and for the super chat, None Your Business, thank you very much. It says the boat could have gone up the Danube River. That very well may be
we
true.
See it on the open. We see it on the open ocean.
Yeah, we do see it on the ocean, but it could be true that it went up the river. I'm not sure. It looks like a sea-going boat to me. I'm no expert on ships.
We see them completely surrounded by water. I think they took the ocean. It seems the obvious answer there. Anyway, so that's the only real problem with not setting it in London, but that's a problem, as someone has mentioned, that has existed since 1922. So
and not to be entire, like, that's, like I said, it's by far the biggest issue. I wouldn't say it's like a narrative breaking one for me.
Oh no, definitely.
I just find it kind of funny to think about how that would translate.
Yes, so we learned that this after Thomas, played by Nicholas Hoult, after he leaves his wife, he goes to the solicitor's office, and he's running late, but that doesn't seem to matter. Do you remember, Hugh, the name of his boss?
Yeah, Herr Knock.
Herr Knock, because it's Renfield.
Renfield stand-in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So Herr Knock is the head of this solicitor's office.
What's kind of funny, Nicholas Hoult did play Renfield at one point.
Yes, he did.
like
Not
the action
too long
movie.
ago.
With Nicolas Cage, whose uncle directed Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula. So, it all comes...
Yeah.
There's a lot of degrees of Dracula going on.
Yes. And so he gets there, and his boss says, like, don't worry about being late. Like, I understand you've just recently been married. Congratulations, your wife is very beautiful. And hey, now that you're a husband, you'll need higher wages. And so he's like, well, thank you very much. You're too kind. He's like, listen, I got a job for you. There's this eccentric old count who lives in past the Carpathian Mountains in Transylvania, and he wants to buy a house here in our town. And he's a weirdo old fella. He's too old. He says he has 1 foot in the grave, which is a nice line. Got a nice double meaning. And he says, like, well, he can't travel all the way here to sign the deed. He needs someone to go to him. And we want you to go to him because you're a young guy and we can tell you what to do, essentially. He's like, but don't worry, it'll be a great adventure.
Yes.
And you'll be
Providence has your visit now is providential. Providence has brought you here to send you on this adventure. He makes a very incessant note about that.
We'll talk a lot about Providence. Indeed, a couple of characters will talk about destiny quite a bit in this movie, so we'll talk about that more as it happens. But he says, hey, you'll be handsome rewardedly. You just got to travel all the way to him so you can sign this contract. The other thing we established here is that the house that he wants to buy here in Germany is this old derelict mansion, this manor. And he's like, isn't that in ruins? And he's like, listen, he's a weird old guy. He wants this old place. Don't worry about it. The only real issue I have with this scene, but this is kind of an aesthetic issue I have with the movie. It's a small one, but everything is presented so creepy and ominous. Like I know it's the score doing a lot of heavy lifting, but in this conversation, this just seems like such an obviously ominous thing.
You know what I mean?
It's a very That's kind of what I was saying. It's a very tense movie. Like it seems like you're always on edge at every moment while you're watching it. Like kind of the way it's made.
I'm not a huge fan of the Werner Herzog 1970s Nosferatu adaptation, but one thing I do like about it reminded me of the 70s The Omen movie, in that before anything creepy happens, the music isn't creepy.
Yeah, I did notice that. It's like kind of
calm and peaceful,
like indie coffee shop music a little bit.
Hey, we got a Mueller in chat.
Mueller, you're handsome. You'll be handsome rewardedly. Is that what I said?
That is what you said. Yes.
That's funny. Well, there you have it. So, he's told that he has to go on this mission to. We'll learn that it's a 6-week journey. I think Is it the whole way there or like round trip 6 weeks? I can't remember.
I don't remember what it doesn't really affect it all that much. It's
yes, but he's sort of cackling as he's saying this to him, which is a weird touch. I don't know why you feel like that about it, but anyway,
yeah, that's cool. I'll do it. But why are you being weird about it?
Are we ever told how Count Orlock recruited Renfield?
No, but the implication that he called to him in a similar way that he called to Ellen, because he's clearly been communicating with him. We'll call it telepathically with The Shining, if you will, because he's like made contracts and deals with him. Maybe you can assume it's with letter writing, but later there's definitely the implication that this Renfield type character is like calling out to him, and trying to communicate with him in much the same way that Ellen is. I don't know if
Hmm.
the implication is that he also has this ability, or whether because she awakened him, now he can communicate with a bunch of people. Because later, we'll find out that the two little girls, the two daughters of Friedrich, Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, they're being haunted essentially by Dracula. They can like, there's a monster in the room, and I can hear his breath and all that sort of stuff. So once Ellen wakes him up, I guess he's starting to influence a
Well,
number of different people in this
maybe because
town?
she
Question mark.
woke him up years ago, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I'm not quite sure actually.
yeah. Well, and there is another holdover line, I think, from the novel where our Van Helsing stand-in will say, demons are attracted to creatures whose animal instincts are more prominent,
Obvious.
Prominent,
more
yeah.
obvious,
Yes.
right? Which in the book explains why Renfield kind of goes from being like he's already in a
Rat-like.
lunatic asylum. He's not really connected to any of the characters apart from that. But once he
No.
starts feeling Dracula's presence, then he kind of can communicate with him because he is sort of it's the implication, right, is that he's like not quite fully there as a man. He's more animal, or at least
Yeah.
partially. We don't really get that here because he's not put in the lunatic asylum until after all of this begins to happen. He's functioning quite normally, really up until this point.
But what we do know is that he's in on it from the beginning.
Yeah.
He's
He's
part of
the
Count Orlock's
puppeteering.
plan. Yes. And so somehow he's communicated with him, I imagine, through dreams the
Yeah, or
same way.
ritual of some kind. He must
Yeah.
he's drawing these
Yeah.
occult symbols and
Like
things.
septagrams
Yeah.
on the floor and everything. Yeah.
I guess what we covered so far, I'm already seeing problems because you're right that this telepathic connection from far away. From what I can't help but compare it to the book.
Yeah.
From what I remember from the book, the reasoning was Dracula doesn't like his little neighborhood. He goes to England to kind of like cover himself up in kind of like a civilized society and kind of feed there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's run. It's the same reason that he gives to Thomas in this, that he wants to get out of the countryside where the superstitions have sort of stopped him from being able to feed the way he does, and he wants to get over to London, going through the Enlightenment at the time, where the superstitions have sort of fallen into the realm of folk tales, so that he's a little bit freer, and there's a lot more people, right? Like that's the other big reason too, is that London is the capital of the world at the time, and one of the most populous cities on the planet, and he wants to go there because he can just eat as much as he wants, essentially.
Exactly, and he has influence over Renfield and Mina because I can't remember. He does bite Mina.
He doesn't have influence over Mina at the start. He
not at the
starts
start,
off
yeah.
with Lucy because Lucy has the sleepwalking problem, and then once they all mobilize and start like kind of winning, like fighting back against him, he comes and bites Mina because he knows that that'll hit them pretty hard. He doesn't do it because he's in love with Mina. He does it essentially because he's like, well, I'm going to turn you and make you kill all these people who you care about and who are who are annoying me.
I'm glad you brought.
Yeah.
I'm glad you bring that up because Dracula is very much concerned with turning other people into vampires, whereas Count Orlock is not in the slightest, which is a bit odd. It's a bit strange.
What I'm trying to point out is like he usually doesn't manipulate over someone over, I don't know, premonitions or shining abilities, but physically being there and coming into contact with them. That's how he kind of influences them.
Yeah, he gets Jonathan Harker to come to Transylvania by normal means of contacting the solicitors in London by letter and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Renfield is actually crazy and out of his mind, and so he like kind of senses something. But later, like when he's starting to manipulate Lucy, and in the book, it's because he's actually physically there. He's like biting her in her sleep and all that stuff because he's slowly turning her into a vampire. Anyway, so it's quite different. But yeah, in this, he has this ability to communicate with other people who have the shine, I guess. And so you have to assume that Knock, the Renfield stand-in, has some sort of ability like that as well, and that's why
I
he's in on it.
guess that's kind of what.
But
Yeah,
he's not like stark raving mad. He's
not at the beginning.
relative.
He gets
No,
there.
no,
He
he
gets
gets
there
there
very quickly.
very quickly. Yes, but he doesn't at the beginning. But clearly, he's made this deal with him for reasons that aren't entirely clear. But he's really into it. He likes what he likes what he's cooking. So then he has the job, and so he goes back home and he tells his wife and gives her flowers, and she is not thrilled with the flowers because she's mad at him.
And
6
just real
weeks
quick
is a
before
long
we
time.
She
move on.
mentioned they'll die or something like that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I just wanted, before we move on too quickly, I wanted to just mention that in the book, that Renfield does make a deal with Dracula that he will make him immortal and let him drain lives, in order to stay alive, right? Like, 'cause that's what his whole madness is about, is that he eats the flies and the spiders and everything because he thinks that if he consumes a certain amount of other lives, then he'll achieve some form of ascended in existence, like an enlightenment of sorts, right?
He's a pretty wacky dude, you could say.
And one of the reasons why he ends up betraying Dracula in the book is because Dracula goes to turn Mina instead, and Renfield feels betrayed by this, because he's like, well, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, you said you would turn me, not her. Why are you making her immortal? Why not make me that? And that sort of motivates him to rebel and sacrifice himself to help the the Scooby Gang, as it were, just to get rid of the vampire. In this one, it's not even clear, and people in the chat are talking about this. It's not even clear if Orlock can turn people, so I'm not sure what the terms of his deal would be.
Well, we hear that Herr Knock says that I was supposed to be the King of France, immortal. So definitely Orlock promised him immortality and power, which seems to imply that he can turn people.
Or he was lying.
Or he was just fibbing.
Because like the other thing too is that he doesn't really need to make promises. Really, like he has this shadow hypnosis power
he
that
basically
can kind of
has
just
mind control powers.
Anybody do whatever he wants whenever.
I really don't like that. I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's unclear exactly whether he's just telling a big old lie to him or whether he actually can turn people. But ultimately, I'm not quite sure what making Renfield go crazy accomplish. Like, what's the point of communicating with Renfield? Like, you could have just sent letters to the solicitor's office. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What does he get out of that?
That's a pretty good point.
Because he's there to be crazy and eat the head off a pigeon and say things like Providence. It's Providence.
I know what he covets, and to be fair, his monologue in the lunatic asylum cell is well delivered. I think
Well, yeah, he's a great actor.
He's doing a great job.
What else was he in? I recognize his face from somewhere.
Simon McBurney is his name. He is in he's in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, great movie. A bunch of stuff The Conjuring 2, I don't know, a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I do recognize his face.
Yeah, he's very good in this. I
guess his role is just to get Nicholas Hoult into Transylvania, but it's just like, okay, his usefulness is just that in the film, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if you needed any supernatural powers to make that happen. Could have just sent a letter, but I don't know. I guess it's part of the conspiracy that is in the Nosferatu adaptations that isn't in the Dracula book.
It's in other Dracula adaptations too, though. Like it is something that has stuck as it's been telephone gamed down the line.
Mr. Redhead asks, why would Dracula even want to turn other people into vampires? Anyway, Dracula seems like a greedy bastard in the book, so why share blood with people? Well, in the book, you can mind control people that you turn. So you become a slave to the person who turns you. It's a vampire pyramid scheme. You don't really have any actual power. so to speak. So there's a sort of like, oh, well, you might be immortal and you think you have power, but really you're just giving yourself to his whim.
And
You know,
he
so
also, like he only really does it in the to women in the book. So there is the thing. So as we, as
he wants
TruePop
some
mentioned,
lady
The
slaves.
sex
Yep.
the
metaphor.
sex metaphor is it's more like a direct, like, well, I mean, like these are just some hot Victorian ladies, like, come on, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
that kind of thing. But yeah, so that's why he would do it. It's not like you're not really like giving. It's not quite like the Buffy one where you just sort of like give somebody a gift, like, turning them into your eternal vassal. So yeah.
Hello?
What?
Did
I
his
was
voice-
wondering if that was just me who was
Yeah,
cutting out.
yeah,
I was
Yeah,
like, oh,
I was
shit.
wondering if that was just me.
Glitch
Oh,
a bit.
thank God.
Did I cut out there?
You went.
Yes.
Oh. Oh well.
That's okay.
Okay. Looks like
Were
we're
you
back.
saying anything important? Probably not. Let's
No,
move on.
probably not.
Um,
It's probably just the same thing.
So, yes. Oh, and one last point about whether he can turn people. Clearly, there are other vampires in this world. That is made pretty clear. Especially through the gypsies doing their little like ritual thing where they kill a different one that isn't Count Orlock. So there must be some other way of vampires being made or created. I don't know if they're all just black enchanters making deals with the devil, or they're reproducing the classic way. Who knows?
I guess I'll have a point about that. First time I saw it, I thought that was Dracula. No, Orlock. Well, that there were gypsies were digging up. But yeah, we'll get to it.
Well,
That would be
we're
very
basically-
strange if it was.
We're basically
Because,
like right here.
like,
So go ahead. Go for it.
It's all right. Well, basically, there's some implications that it's a dream as well. But
Mhm.
no, he has the mud on the shoes, so
Yeah.
then it's implied it's not a dream. Once he talks with Orlock, when Nicholas Holt mentions the gypsies, they have strange customs and blah blah blah. Orlock at one point grabs his shoulder, kind of thing, implying that he was kind of stabbed there, and he was like, "Yes, these gypsies have very strange customs and whatnot."
They are backward, yes. I fear you will find superstitions that you would consider backward
Right.
here, and which is where he talks about how it's like basically implies like it's getting too hot here. I gotta get to the safe. I gotta get to Bruges. I gotta cool off.
I thought that was an implication that he did get stabbed. It just didn't kill him.
I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't remember him grabbing his shoulder, but also that scene is so dimly lit. It's like, well, he's very much, his back is to this giant raging fire in the fireplace behind him, so like he's not lit very well at all, which is obviously the point. It's meant to be creepy and mysterious.
Yeah, and later on in the film, Van Helsing does say, "Oh, Iron Stake is not going to work on him." I guess I don't know. I'll probably need to watch it again, but hey.
Well, this will be important because you've brought it up. Someone else mentioned that the gypsy ritual implies staking works, but then in the end it doesn't? Question mark? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, they don't even get a chance to try. Is the thing? We don't know if it would or not, because essentially because our version of Van Helsing for this movie is kind of a fucking ass clown. That's sort of what it boils down to here, is that he finds out in a book that he reads, which we'll talk about the research aspect from his point of view. He finds out in a book that he reads that one way of doing this is for a woman to willingly submit herself to the vampire and lie with him until dawn, and then that'll solve the problem.
If only Orlock read that book.
Yeah, if only he had burned the copies or whatever.
My one weakness, exactly what I wanted the whole time.
Yeah, oh no. Yeah, so like he reads in one book that is the way to do it, but I don't. So Nicholas Holt will see this gypsy ritual take place where a virgin on a horse sort of uses magic to guide the gypsies to a different vampire's resting place, and then they are able to stake him because he hasn't woken up yet. and it works. And we see the mud on his shoes after he wakes up from this. So I think you kind of have to read that as that wasn't a vision or a hallucination or a dream. That was something that he really witnessed. But he will never bring that up as like a viable alternative to the plan where Ellen just lets herself die. And then they never try to do it the other way. They just kind of, because of Van Helsing, they just sort of decide that the only way to do it is to let her kill herself.
Well,
not
don't
a huge...
they go to his grave? Doesn't he go there planning to stab him?
He goes there planning to stab him, but it's deliberately... Van Helsing is deliberately misleading him.
For sure.
He's
but yes, but Thomas is acting according to what he thinks would work.
Yeah, that is true.
And we don't know. We don't know entirely if it would work, because the gypsies, they're cut. We don't see like the rest of it. Doesn't he like wake up and there's like a cut in between?
Well, he sees it. He sees it happen. He sees the corpse like vomit up the blood.
He goes, "By the grace of God!" And then they all look at him like, "What are you doing here, dude?" And then he wakes up.
I don't remember the gypsies stabbing him.
They stab him with
they stab him with a big iron stake
cross.
And the corpse goes and spits a bunch of blood out.
Which I like that scene. I like that scene a lot. I thought that was pretty cool.
For a moment too, I thought that was Orlock. I was like, oh, like did they get him?
Yeah. See, I initially thought that was Orlock, but he did survive. That's why there's no gypsies there anymore. And he grabs his shoulder. I don't know. Maybe
if I can get a close look on it.
Like would that have been?
No, because that wouldn't work.
Yeah, I know. Like that's not what I got from it at all. Yeah, I figured it was a different vampire.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to pull up that scene and see if we can see who that is on the ground. I don't think that's him. I don't think that's Orlock. No, because he's got like a goatee. He's got a beard. And Orlock has that like giant mustache.
The Eggman mustache, yeah. Jim Carrey Eggman mustache.
So I think that's just a different vampire.
Yeah, and so Dunny is asking a question because like eventually Thomas will try to stake Orlock, and it doesn't work, right? Orlock wakes up.
Well, he doesn't get to.
No,
he doesn't get to. Later, he doesn't try. It'll take a pickaxe. Which
it's a pickaxe. That's right. Yeah. That's
which was right next to the coffin. Interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Fun place.
Maybe when he does grab his shoulder, that's an implication that he was stabbed and it didn't work. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that.
I don't.
If you look closely at the scene where the gypsies stab the vampire, they stab him like right in the heart, not in the shoulder, and it does appear to be a different face. Though it happens very quickly, and like almost all of this movie, it is very dimly lit, so it's a little hard to tell.
Yeah.
But
now, another thing too is that in the Dracula novel, not to bring this up too much, but like in the Dracula novel, Jonathan Harker does get down to Dracula's lair where he's sleeping before he leaves, and he tries to kill him with a shovel, and he sort of like supernaturally dodges it, and it ends up hitting him like just grazing off his skull basically, and then it like he can kind of tell that he did it, so that's what motivates Jonathan to try to escape that evening, because he's like, well fuck, like he knows what happened. He's like kind of semi-awake. He knows I tried to kill him. I got to get the fuck out of here, even if I die trying, because otherwise I'm dead anyway. So I think, and then later on, it's the whole implication really is that like it has to be a particular kind of weapon. It can't just be anything you had lying around, right? So like a pickaxe doesn't cut it. It has to be a stake of some kind. Like in this one, it's iron.
Wooden.
Usually it's wood.
That's a lot of vampire stuff. You have to be staked in the heart and decapitated. Dracula makes it clear you need to drive a wooden stake through the heart and be decapitated.
Yes.
This does not make any of those rules clear, whether any of those would even work. So he has the pickaxe, and you can imagine, assuming normal vampire rules, that wouldn't work, but he doesn't get to hit him anyway.
Yeah.
He does say at one point, I'm going to drive a spike of iron through his heart. And I was kind of assuming that maybe Willem Dafoe or like the Van Helsing archetype character kind of told him that that's what would work.
Well, he saw it. He saw it happen. He saw it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Was it iron when the gypsies?
Yeah,
did
it's
it?
metal.
I mean,
It's metal.
I don't know
okay.
if I would have been able to
Wait.
see well enough to know exactly
Okay.
what type of
Hang on-
metal, but
hang on a
I did
minute.
see it was metal though.
Well, in that case,
So
yeah.
if it works on the vampire that the gypsies did it on, why doesn't it work on?
Well, because it's not a
Why
snake.
won't
it's
it
a
work
Might,
on
horse.
yeah, it might just be more powerful too. And
Like there's
yeah,
also the
maybe-
ritual around it. Like that's another thing with vampire lore. In a lot of cases, it has to be ritualized in some way, right? Like there has to be a particular order or aspect of it done in that sort of.
In some of them, yeah.
The iron cannot be curved. You can't have curved
No
iron.
curved
Everyone
iron,
knows
yeah.
that. Everyone knows that.
I guess Nosferatu is like the proto vampire, and you kind of need to take extra precaution to kill him, unlike I don't know minion vampires or whatnot. I don't know.
There's so much you have to assume in this movie because
Yeah.
they just don't tell you. Like,
Yep.
like it's not clear whether staking him would have worked with an iron stake. The implication is that it would have. However, eventually Willem Dafoe will be like, haha, just kidding. The way that I read about in this book 20 minutes ago is the only way it could possibly work because this is their destiny. Destiny, I tell you. And it's like, I don't know if
believe you. I don't believe you at all. Actually, I think I think you're talking out of your ass. So somebody was mentioning too. They do a bunch of praying and they offer up the virgin woman on the horse before they stake him. So like it could be something of like they have to present it, like dangle what it wants in front of it to get it to be vulnerable before they stake it. It could be anything like that. We don't know because the movie
I mean,
doesn't
but what
really make it clear.
ultimately kills him in this is not heavily ritualized in the same way that the gypsies were doing it. So it doesn't appear to be
just the sun.
required. Well, it's not just the sun. It's that she loved him hard enough. I hate the ending. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself though. We'll come back to that.
The way we are talking about this movie, chat, I loved like the first act of this film very much so. Not that we all. I don't know. Do you guys hate all of it?
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that I hate all of it. I think that there's some good stuff in it. It's just that the more I think about it, and the more it's just not very well written. You know, that's really where it trips me
there's
up.
a lot more to get to establish that. I think like the sum total of all its flaws or lack thereof. We'll keep going through them, but yeah, I'm at the point where I just don't think it's very well written. But there is a lot of stuff I like as little moments. Like for example, because there's not a whole lot to be said about the whole boat sequence. I think some of those scenes are spooky and effective. I don't really know why we waste any time on the ship. As in terms of the narrative, you know what I mean? Except that you need a couple.
You need a boat to rope Aaron Taylor Johnson's character in because he's a ship man. He runs a shipping company or a harbor.
But in the book, for example, you don't actually know what happened on the Demeter. You just see the aftermath of it in like captain's logs.
It's funny that we get a whole film of what happened on the Demeter as well. There seems to be a fascination what happens on that ship.
Well, it's an interesting premise.
It's a great premise, really, right? Like, there's a vampire on this fucking boat, and you guys are gonna die if you don't figure it out. Like, I like it.
The Last Voyage of the Demeter had an interesting idea to it, but it wasn't very good, unfortunately. But yes, so in the book, it's like a ghost ship crashes into the shore, and they're like, "Oh my god, what happened on here?"
And then a dog jumps off and runs away, and it turns out that dog is Dracula. Whoa!
Yeah, Dracula can shapeshift into animals and stuff.
The plague
does he shapeshift in this?
Sorry,
does he shapeshift in this? No, unless he can sort of turn invisible and appear places.
Yeah,
but he doesn't shapeshift in this.
No,
there are like wolves that are associated with him in this movie, but there's no context for them in the book. He can turn into a wolf, and he sort of has command over animals that are associated with darkness. So like like wolves obviously associated with the moon, and so he kind of has command over them and bats and other things that float about in the darkness. In this, they're just wolves around because isn't that kind of scary? I mean, I don't want to be too mean because it's just like I'm not quite sure what they're doing there. Stuff like that. Like
we're gonna talk about that when we get to the wolf part where they chase him out of the room.
I hate that scene.
Why is he not dead? Why isn't he dead? Why didn't he just kill him?
Well, hold on. We'll get back to that. But just in terms of the conversation about whether I hate all of this movie, I don't. Like, for example, the scenes on the boat are kind of like neat on their own, but I do kind of wonder why we're paying attention to the boat. You know, like why we're spending time on it because we don't know any of the characters there. Like there are little things like okay, when Orlock is on top of Thomas and he's like, I like the detail that he bites them literally at their heart instead of on their neck. That's just an interesting change. And the scene of like Orlock on top of him, kind of like sucking the blood out. It's like horrifying. It's like effective and gross
Like a
and
leech, like a parasite.
spooky. Yeah, it's I like isolated moments and beats. I like what's on screen right now of the shadow cast against the curtains. I like a lot of details like that. Ultimately, the sort of core of how we defeat him and resolve the conflict is awful, and it kind of sours the rest of the movie for me.
That's
But
my
there are
position too.
yeah, we'll continue as we go because there's a couple things we glossed over. Yeah, we're just gonna.
Well,
jump
this is
over.
another
Not-
this is another scene too. Like, so we'll just, if we get back to where we were just before this,
When
is
he was
another scene.
entering the gypsies.
Yeah, entering the gypsy camp. So this is another scene that in isolation, technically I think it's a very well executed scene, right? Like it's a really cool way to welcome him into this into this camp.
Sorry,
just
really
show-
quick. Someone said he shapeshifts into a simp, and I think that's true.
Ah,
Go ahead.
So like when he gets into the gypsy camp and we have this really well executed long shot of him kind of exploring this group, I like that in like as its own scene. I think it's a good scene, but it does feel like a waste of time by the end because like it doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't take any. It's just to get him from the gate to the door, and it's a little bit. It feels a little bit indulgent in a way that I don't think he does in a lot of his other, indulgent to the detriment of the pacing in a way that his other movies don't do as often.
This movie has very strange pacing and like when it chooses to cut around to what and what it chooses to focus on. That's kind of a hard thing to quantify, but I sort of agree with you. In terms of the directing itself, in terms like the aesthetics and everything, this is a bit more like really it's much darker and more dimly lit than I usually like. It's very desaturated. And I don't love that. There are some really striking visuals in the movie, but I think on the whole, it's a bit more, it's a bit too much of that kind of visual style for my taste. But that's much less important to me than the writing. The
it's
other
funny
thing,
you say desaturated because I didn't watch any trailers for this movie because hold on one second, got a copy.
Oh,
sorry about that. I didn't watch
No
any
worries.
trailers for this movie because I like Robert Eggers and I was like, okay, Robert Eggers, Nosferatu, I'm there, it's happening. And I think it's like the poster and every image I've seen from it was in black and white. So once there
Yeah.
was color in the movie, I was like, oh shit. Like,
Yeah, I
like
guess
I was
you're-
seriously ready to watch a black and white movie, and I was like, oh, okay.
That's funny. Yeah, it is. The visual style is kind of very extremely dimly lit. Some of these scenes that are like, it's just very low exposure and all that sort of stuff. And I don't love the visual style. It's all right. But the other thing that this movie does a lot of are these like really long, unbroken camera movements. Some of which I think are really strong. Others, I just feel like I wish the camera would just sit still for a little bit so you can actually just sink into a scene. The camera just it feels restless. It's just always moving, and I find it kind of distracting. But that's much less important to me than some of the writing stuff.
So these gypsies, I remember there's kids dancing around him. They all sing around him.
They're
and he's
kind of like
looking around.
they're kind of presenting themselves and luring him in a little bit. They're dancing around him. They're grabbing his coat and pulling on him. One of them takes his horse, which like he just lets that happen. Which I thought, I'm like, come on, man! Like we know who these are gypsies. Please, like
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are
Yeah, maybe
1800s.
don't let them walk off with stuff.
Oh, yeah, especially not an animal that you need to get places. Like maybe prejudice might have helped you out a little bit here.
Especially
but,
because they steal his horse.
Yeah, they do.
Or the horse is gone, whatever. It's not clear what happened to them, but it looks like he got robbed and everyone left. So yeah, maybe hold on to your horse. And then also like they all like cackle at him.
Well, they stop
I'm not-
the song, and there's one guy just hanging out in the door smoking a pipe who just starts laughing at him for some reason. They all join in, and then the innkeeper comes out and, finally says the only sensible thing in the scene: "Get off my porch, you fucking gypsies."
Yeah. Well, here's a question. We're jumping around, and I'm fine with that. So,
Yeah.
after he sees the gypsies do the ritual in the night, and it's like, oh my god, it was a dream. No, wait, what? No, it wasn't. He gets up, and everyone's gone, not just the gypsies.
Yeah, the proprietor of the inn is gone. The old woman who gives him the cross. Just to get to that scene real quick, because there's only one in between when he shows up and when he sees the ritual. Is he tells the owner that he's going to the castle, and the owner tells him like, "Well, don't fucking say that name," and then he gets the room and board. An old woman comes and gives him a crucifix and explains the mechanic of the shadow and how that works, sort of.
Understand
in a language that he doesn't get. He doesn't understand, so he has no idea what she's saying to him.
There's no subtitles for it either.
There are subtitles, but they're for the audience to understand what's happening, because it doesn't like, if he had heard this and understood it, this is one of those things where you would expect that it might give him some sort of pause. Like, he's going to trap you in a shadow, you'll be in a nightmare, and you'll never be able to get out, right? You would think he would be like, what does that mean exactly? Even if he does still, presses on like he would, right?
Okay.
He's got a job to do. He doesn't understand it, and he gets a crucifix. He has what he thinks is a dream, but I think what we have to, is pretty clearly he goes on a sleepwalking kind of trip with the gypsies. And then he wakes up and blames the crucifix. He pulls it off.
Yeah, and takes it off for some reason. Yeah. That's weird. I don't remember there being subtitles
when in doubt, blame
for the
Jesus.
grandma. But I do remember she shows up like later on when Nicholas Hoult gets rescued, and he's in the church, and there's like kind of like a translator and the grandma.
That's a different woman.
Talking to him. I don't know.
That's a different.
That's woman. A different woman. Okay.
That's the head of the nunnery or the convent. Yeah.
There weren't subtitles for that, definitely, and then I don't remember there being subtitles in when he initially. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you remember her character like saying anything about, oh, the shadow will come over you and it'll be like you're in a dream, but you'll be awake? Do you remember that line? Because I'm curious whether there actually wasn't subtitles.
There are.
Hold on, because it's possible the version he saw didn't have them.
I did watch it in IMAX.
Then you probably
I don't remember there being subtitles, because I remember her saying some English words and some non-English.
I guess there's a chance that there weren't in the version you saw, but there definitely were in the version we saw.
Yeah.
Either way,
was it like in a stylized font? Because at the beginning.
So I've got them on. Like, I can't take the screenshot here immediately, but I've got them on the version that we watched this morning. And like, I mean, it's in the font, but it's there for sure. Please don't go there. Beware of his shadow. That kind of stuff.
So either way, I think it's a mistake to have the subtitles here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because if you're trying to ground us in Thomas's perspective, I think it would probably be a stronger choice to not understand things if he doesn't understand them, and just have this woman in a language you don't understand, like pleading with you, handing you a crucifix and stuff like that. I think that would be more interesting, because what this scene does is establish right before things take a really dramatic turn that, like, oh, once you're under his shadow, you'll be in like a nightmare. And I'm like, okay, why is it super important to establish that? Well, because as soon as he gets to the castle, it's like full tilt, nightmarish, surreal. You can't tell if you're awake or not. There's no ramping up in that surreal aspect. It just, all of a sudden, we're in a nightmare. There's no more sort of like plausible deniability that what's happening here isn't ominous or creepy. There's no like slowly losing his mind. It's just kind of instant, and I really don't like that. That's really when this movie started to go south for me, is when he gets up to the castle, and then it's just like instantly he's losing track of time, and instantly like Orlock is not at all subtle in this, and I think that's kind of lame. Because in Dracula, he's like manipulative and deceptive and cunning and smart. And Orlock
he's trying not to look creepy at first. Yeah.
Yes. And Orlock makes no such attempt. Because he's just like, I am the Lord and you will obey me. And he's just a tyrant and he's not clever. And he's not particularly smart or subtle. And it's like, oh, that feels like a step down from who is essentially one of the more infamous villains of all time.
Well, and to be fair, it's not like Orlock really needs to be subtle because he does have the nightmare shadow hypnosis powers that just make people do what he wants.
Yeah.
But
the biggest evidence of that is when Thomas is fleeing. This is later in the movie. He's fleeing Dracula after trying to kill him, and he locks himself in some room of the castle. And then while he's in the castle, this is later, some time has passed, and a shadow appears over him from through the window, like casting a shadow on him. And then he just goes into a trance and goes and opens the door, and there's Orlock. So Orlock used his shadow power to completely rob him of his own self-preservation and agency so that he would open the door for him, and then he attacks him and starts sucking his blood, only for Orlock to not kill him when he obviously should have killed him, but we'll get back to that.
I suppose he doesn't have the power of you can only let him into your house if you let him, kind of thing.
Well, he's in Orlock's house, but yeah, no, like I don't think they ever establish in this one that he has to be invited in. I don't remember that being in the Dracula novel. Now that I think about it, on the most recent reread, because
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I think he just brute forces his way in through Lucy's window a few times without having to be invited.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be invited in the book.
Yeah.
But okay, so what do you guys make of the fact that, and I'm talking especially to Mark and TruePop here, of the fact that Orlock has this sort of shadow power to like make people do essentially whatever he wants, even if it's against their own self-interest?
Explain it more, and I'd be fine with it.
I think
I'm saying about the movie, like, please, movie, explain it more, and I'd maybe be okay with it, you know. But so far, I'm just like,
I think there's
vague on the rules of it.
It was a loaded question, I'll admit. I think there's something very, very lame about it, in that like he doesn't need to be subtle or clever, and he doesn't really need to like emotionally manipulate Thomas, for example. Like he's locked himself in the room, and there's presumably no way for Orlock to get in, and so Orlock is just, I'll just use my mind control powers, and you'll open the door. And it's like, well, why does this have any of this have any sort of moral weight? If you can just do this, why don't you do this to everybody? Like, I don't.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And later on, they will kind of, throw it in each other's faces. The characters will throw it in each other's faces a little bit, that like, oh well, you signed me away, all that. He doesn't. First of all, he can't read the contract, but second of all, like, he's under the mind control shadow spell. He didn't really do that, like, that's not really on him. That's
no, not really.
Yeah, and to that extent too, we don't really know how much of this is on Ellen, because for all we know, he could have just used the shadow hypnosis powers to convince her to say, I swear that I'll be yours forever. Like, it really kind of robs, and this is where I have the biggest problem with it, is that it robs the ending of any potential sense of cathartic release for me, because none of the characters really feel like they did anything to warrant this sacrificial ending. So I kind of, it falls very flat for me by the time we get to it.
Okay. Maybe why on the first watch through, why the hypnotic influence didn't bother me that much was I really did think that you could stab him and kill him. So in a sense, he's a kind of like a glass cannon, very powerful, but you can just stake him through the heart and he'll die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then Van Helsing later on in the movie says, "Oh no, that won't work." Just like, why won't it? How are they supposed to fight him then?
Well, he does. To be fair, he doesn't fucking know. Like, he actually, like, he
yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I was gonna say. Is like he doesn't necessarily know for sure. He's kind of guessing.
Yeah, he says explicitly at one point in the movie that he has no idea what to do about a vampire. And then he looks up in essentially the first book he finds anything about a vampire. He's like, well, it must be this then. And no other way will work because she can't escape her destiny. Haha. And then he lights the whole room on fire for reasons that aren't exactly clear to me.
Well, I think it was to burn the bodies that were in there, right?
But it's to destroy the grave that,
Yeah.
But he knows that he doesn't really need to do that because
he thinks he knows
he doesn't really need to do that because he's already set it up so that this is a wild goose chase for or at least he believes that it's a distraction for the husband so that the wife can kill herself on Orlock's altar.
I suppose we can talk also about before we get further on the carriage, the empty carriage, and then I wanted to talk about Orlock's look as well, how it's revealed.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
I mean, the carriage itself. What did you guys think of that scene in particular? That it just.
I mean, it looked cool, but it it did also sort of make it seem like, well, should I get in this carriage with no rider?
I think there's a big escalation in spookiness and surrealness that it kind of jumps the shark isn't the right phrase, but it kind of there's no natural build up to it, and you do kind of wonder why he gets in. Obviously, he's stranded in the middle of nowhere. There's reasons, but
jumps the whole aquarium more like.
Well, I think it's more that it kind of implies that Orlock just has this ability to compel people, even if they're not directly in his thrall yet. So it's I don't know why, but I feel like I have to get into this carriage.
Yeah,
that's what I took from it. Yeah, I did.
Basically, he's in a nightmare now, and he's kind of operating under nightmare rules, where he gets up to the castle, and then it opens, and then he sees Dracula in the distance, who doesn't greet him like a normal person. And then he just kind of walks away, and he just follows him anyway. And then there are things that happen later too, but it just strikes me more like a dream instantly.
I think one thing we could probably all agree on is that if all the characters in this movie had the ability to just act rationally and think things through at all times, Orlock would probably be fucked pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
he would have to be clever at least.
He would have to be smarter, and he wouldn't just be able to brute force his way in by compelling people to do whatever it is that he wants at any given time. That's really and that's one of the things that kind of again sours it for me a bit is that Dracula doesn't do that. He can't really make that happen. Orlock can. And it's one of those things where now the characters all don't really have any agency, and then by the end it's a pretty it's a pretty dour ending for everyone, really. Yes. And none of it they never really had a chance to get out from under it, and that I just don't really like that. It doesn't.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but so back to the carriage scene. He wakes up after the nightmare that wasn't a nightmare with the gypsies, and everyone is gone. I'm still not quite sure why everyone is gone, not just the gypsies.
Already in the nightmare by then. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I
hate that thought. I do. It's this is supposed to be, I don't know. It can't be so abstract that you can't hold on to anything anymore.
I think one of the big problems with picking apart this movie is that I think it just is. I think that's kind of what they were doing. It's abstract, creepy things happening because there's this potentially definitely superpowered, ominous demon being that's sort of pulling a lot of the strings. And I mean, I don't know, for the ending, I guess, was that Orlock's plan to just be able to drink her blood and die? I feel like it wasn't. I sort of thought the implication was that if you're able to hold him there until sunrise, the sun will be able to kill him. And so you're going to die because you're not going to be able to live through that, but you need to just keep him there.
Yeah, no, that's definitely that's not.
I do have some questions about the ending as well, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
definitely
part
of the implication, but they confuse it by making it about loving him, and like sacrificing yourself, because hypothetically what you could just do is distract him until the sun comes up, and that would kill him, and that wouldn't have any of the same sort of like symbolic
And you
implications
destroy
as
the
movie
box
one.
that he has to go back to, right? And then keep
Yes.
him occupied until the sun comes up, and then he's dead,
Mhm.
right? Like,
Yeah,
so
which I guess means that like Nicholas Hoult and Willem Dafoe did do something by getting to the resting place and
well,
burning
You'd
the whole
think
thing down.
so,
you would think
except
so,
that the
except that he
movie,
told her that she has to, like, it's not one of those situations. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like this stand-in for Van Helsing, is because the Van Helsing from the novel, he makes every attempt he can to keep the people keep them alive, right? And to try to find ways around having to kill them, right? Or around having to sacrifice them. And so like this version of Van Helsing kind of just goes like, well, I mean, like, it says she has to die in order for it to happen. This book that I read 20 minutes ago says she has to die for us to be able to triumph. So what I'm going to do is distract her husband, because his plan to stake him won't work, but we're going to destroy his grave, and you'll let yourself be fed on until the sun rises. And like, but the thing is, if he's feeding on her, then and she keeps him there, they don't really need to destroy the grave, because he can't leave anyway, right? Like he's getting he's getting what he wants, and she's just sort of like holding him there. If he had told her like you're gonna have to like get around, like dodge a lot of stuff, you're gonna have to hold out until sunrise while we go and destroy this thing so that he has nowhere to go, like that, and then
would
I'd
be
be
very
more okay
different.
with that. It would be
Yeah,
a
and
little
also
more
because
different.
it's even worse than we have to distract your husband. It's like we have to let your husband think he's doing a noble thing, but really it's all about me. That's
Yeah.
more or less exactly what they say in this movie, and I find that really kind of off-putting.
I mean,
They're
I
like,
suppose though, if he was in on that plan, knowing that it's like, no, you have to let him take her, and then he's gonna get killed by the sun, but she's probably gonna die. I feel like he would have just done everything he can to make sure that plan fails, which might have resulted
sure.
in like the plague not going away, killing far more people.
Yeah, so the sort of central problem for me is that they ultimately conclude that to defeat the vampire, you need to give him exactly what he wants, because that will kill him. And
I guess
it's framed in such a way like that the only way of defeating him will be to submit and sacrifice yourself to him and essentially kill yourself, and that will kill him. Essentially, someone mentioned it's not a sacrifice, it's a defeat. They frame it like a sacrifice.
They
The
do,
movie
yeah, but
thinks,
I would call
Yeah.
this a heavily defeatist kind of thing, because like,
yeah,
especially because like it, as we'll establish later, like what caused her to reach out to and accidentally essentially wake Orlock or attach Orlock to her, loneliness. So
and
essentially,
depression.
her loneliness and depression is her sin, and in order to be freed of it, she has to give into it, or give into the consequence
Well,
that happened because of it. It's like,
more so not necessarily that like loneliness and the depression is her sin. It's that like in dealing with that, she sort of like lets resentment in and like darker forces kind of take hold of her just so she has anything. You
has
know what I
anything,
mean?
yeah, and in order to get rid of it, she has to give into it essentially. Like that's what I don't like, the implication that I don't like about it. And
Yeah.
it's entirely because of the writing taking away the agency of the characters here in the way that the story is told, which is my main gripe with the movie.
There will be more to talk about that as we continue. When we're back to the carriage scene, so obviously he loses his horse because the gypsies are gone, and they took his horse. You know, as they do.
Shocker.
And so he's walking the rest of the way, I guess, and he comes to this crossroad in the middle of a dark wood, and then the carriage arrives, and the carriage has like spun around in a way to be like horizontal to him in a way that doesn't seem realistic, and it's almost kind of surreal and dreamlike. He gets in, he goes to the castle, he gets to the gates, he's being trailed by wolves. They'll come into play later. He gets there, Count Orlock opens the door and he's like, "You're late." Except he says everything much slower than that. What do you guys think of Count Orlock's voice?
I
liked
was
it.
surprised by it. Yeah,
Impressive that it's Bill Skarsgård. Like that
Yeah,
you couldn't
doesn't
tell
really
that
sound
was
like
his
him at
voice.
all.
Yeah.
that is true for sure. Am I the only one that thought it was like a little try hard?
Maybe
Yeah.
a little melodramatic, but I'm okay with that.
So
You know,
Yeah.
kind of yeah. So is all the other acting in the movie though.
That is pretty
Like-
true. Yeah, pretty true for the most part.
Yeah, I liked.
Oh,
Like, that's the
yeah.
fun part of it to me is like getting to watch somebody who clearly revels in playing a villain play a villain. You know, like he's playing like
Yeah.
a really evil guy, and he's clearly having fun.
And
you know?
he's definitely not just being Pennywise, but a vampire. Like
Yeah.
even a little bit. It's like you can't recognize him at all, like voice or appearance.
I think maybe what it is for me is not the voice, but like the complete lack of subtlety of him being evil. You know, and that's demonstrated in his actions towards his goal and how he treats Jonathan. Maybe it's less the voice, but as it pertains to like him obviously being evil, like and
I mean, I guess
menacing.
like the only setup for that is the warning that he's like this really eccentric dude that people are afraid of. So like I guess you would be thinking, okay, well, I guess I was told this guy's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's not the
When
voice on
he's
its
totally
own.
under his sway at that point. Again, like,
Also true.
yeah. So like I was saying, it's like this is not a version that has to try to be subtle, right? And like if
Yeah.
that's what you're being told as an actor, then I'm like, shit, man, yeah, fuck it, go for it, be as evil as you can, because like your enjoyment and reveling in this is like the part of the movie that I'm here to see. You know?
Yeah. And speaking of that, one detail that I really, really like is when Count Orlock insists on being called Lord
Yes.
and not Sir. That's a nice detail. It says a lot about his character, and I like how kind of threatening it is. You know, because there's a nice detail where, in response to being corrected, he says "Sorry, sir," just kind of out of habit because he's very, very British, and he like yells at him again for it, and then
Exactly. No, there's this like British politeness to him. Like, yeah, sure, I'll call you Lord, whatever. Not knowing that he's
Supposed to be
giving
German.
kind of yeah, it's supposed to be German. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but he's kind of giving power to him by calling him Lord in a way.
Absolutely, and that's a
Yes.
nice detail that I quite like. And because in the books as well, he's very much an old-fashioned, old-world tyrant, you know, and very much like he talks endlessly in the book, I would say, about his lineage of like a warrior race and all that sort of stuff. And so like him being a lord is very important to him, and so that little detail there was nice.
I do want to talk. Having said that, I do want to talk about his look because his look kind of really surprised me in a sense. Because Dracula, of course, is based on Vlad the Impaler.
To a large degree, absolutely.
And I was expecting in this film to see a bold, with pointy ears, you know, very sharp teeth. From the photos that I saw, that's basically Nosferatu. But in here, he looks very, you know, I don't know, Eastern European, kind of like a Cossack kind of, you know, account of that age, especially with the mustache and the voice. He does look like you'd imagine Vlad the Impaler to look.
Yeah, he looks
and
like
I
the
kind of
corpse
really like
that.
of a Hungarian nobleman, which
Yeah,
I really like.
I really like that. Yeah. Especially
I've had people complain about the mustache, you know, and like it does on some level remind me a little bit of Jim Carrey's Eggman, but in a way that I like, you know, like it's not. I think it works. I think it works very well, and that was, I know, because this is Robert Eggers' historiosity coming through. You know, probably my favorite thing about him is that he's very detail oriented when it comes to period accuracy. And so I did see a little like interview blurb with him talking about how he wanted the design to sort of look like the Orlock from the 1920s, but to keep it be more in keeping with what a Transylvanian nobleman would look like if they were merged, basically. So
also combine that
very
with
well
the
done.
fact that he really likes old school vampire folk tales where they're more like zombies. They're like bloated, bloody corpses.
Yeah.
And so there's a bit of all that together, which I quite like. The only choice that I didn't find was quite as strong was so in Dracula the book, like he starts off looking like that, and then he gets to London, and then he like he transforms
De-ages,
into he de-ages in a way that's kind of fun. That shows up in a lot of Dracula adaptations where he becomes sort of younger and more handsome again. In this, he's just kind of always the corpse, which is fine. But I was surprised
That's
when that
another
didn't
one
happen.
where it's like that's the Nosferatu peeking through,
Yes.
not the Dracula. Yeah, because like he doesn't.
Absolutely.
Max Shrek doesn't stop looking weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Let's see. Okay.
he
first,
gets into the dinner
small-
scene, right? Or are you
Small
gonna?
thing that bugs me. He's coming up the stairs because Orlock is leading him, but by quite a distance. And Orlock is like, "You're late." And then he goes, "Oh, sorry, sir." And then says nothing about why or like explaining himself or that I had to walk here for
The
however
gypsies
many
stole
miles.
my horse.
Yeah, it felt very strange that he didn't mention that.
You'd think
He
with
didn't
any
say anything.
mainland European that would get you on good terms
Yeah.
immediately, right? Like,
Or some sort of like, I mean, even just to like defend himself as like a,
well,
He
yeah,
does seem extremely startled and, looks around the castle. I know I was.
Yeah, I just felt like he probably should have mentioned that, but that's all right.
yeah, it's another little departure, right? Where like Jonathan Harker does sort of like he opens by trying to talk with Dracula as like a person. Like he's not familiar with the idea of nobility or like because he's raised in London and at the time of the Enlightenment when that's a little bit less of a like that doesn't exist anymore really in his world. So he kind of opens with trying to be a little more on the on the equal footing, and then he kind of picks up on some different like some different customs that Dracula clearly isn't has and holds to.
Yeah.
This one he doesn't really do that. He's just kind of like on the back foot immediately, but he is in a nightmare, or at least he feels like he is. So that's probably what's driving this interaction. It's just like it does make him, I don't know. It doesn't make me want to see him succeed as much when he doesn't like try to stick up for himself, and that's definitely just a me thing probably, but like I wish that he I wish he had a little bit stronger of a will that maybe needed to be.
It's harder to engage
Yeah.
with this part of the story because it's all like a dream. I would say I think that's the
Yeah.
part that there's a little bit of a disconnect there because we just jumped straight into dream world essentially. But anyway, he gets there and he's like, put out the deed, and he's like, don't you want to wait till morning? And he's like, nope, we're doing it now. So he puts out the papers and everything.
Do it live. Fuck it.
Well, fuck it.
As if
write it.
Nicholas Holt wanted to stay a night in this castle.
Yeah,
So,
that is interesting.
They start talking. Count Orlock is back late. You can't see his face at all. And he's like, hey, by the way, gypsies, they had some strange customs. Starts talking to him about the gypsies. And he's like, they have some customs that you would deem backward. And he keeps asking questions about it. And eventually Orlock is like, God damn it, stop talking to me about the gypsies. He's like, oh, okay.
Shut up
fine."
He doesn't
about
like
the
the
gypsies.
Shut up about the gypsies. And then there's a lack of subtlety to his approach, you could say. And he says, I'm looking forward to going to your modern city where you don't believe in all this morbid fairy tale nonsense. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're not really being subtle, but that's fine. He cuts himself somehow with his knife while he's trying to cut up his food. And Orlock is like, be careful what you do. That's very much something similar happens in Dracula. He cuts himself shaving in Dracula, and Dracula lunges at him because he can't resist the blood. And so this is a small variant of that.
I guess, because is he cutting bread?
something like that.
Something. He's
It's so
some
dark.
kind of
Who's
food
to
is very
say?
dark, and I can't tell. But he doesn't, because in the book, what happens, right, is that he's like, oh, you should be careful. You know that blood is a precious commodity, and then he throws the mirror at the window, but he leaves. Right. In this one, he cuts his finger, and then he's just like, come to the fire. I'm going to tend to your wound, which we all know what that means. He's going to get a little taste. He's going to get a little sippy sip, a little sippy time.
But the way we cut around that, like we cut, he's at the table, and we cut when the camera pans over, and now he's sitting by the fire. So we're doing dreamlike, like temporal wonkiness, and then also he's looking up at a statue that turns to look at him.
Oh yeah, that does happen.
And
That
I'm just
happened
like,
in the
oh.
Lindsay Lohan, the new Lindsay Lohan Christmas movie too.
Cool. Good to know. I'll
Yeah.
keep that in mind. And then, you know, he wakes up the next day and he's got bite marks on his chest, and he's like not quite sure what happened. I think, yeah, he wakes up just like on the floor by the fire, doesn't he?
Yeah, pants around his ankles. Yeah. Who hasn't been there?
I'd be like, maybe I should get out of here like ASAP.
Yeah, so there's a bit of that. There's a bit of how did this happen?
Every casting couch ever. How did this happen?
There's a lack of self-preservation instinct and a lack of subtlety on Orlock's part, and so I'm just like, I don't know. I'm kind of disengaged with this whole section of the movie. He tries to leave at one point. Oh, so they make a big deal out of we're signing the contract.
We got to, the contract.
We got to say that. So there's a contract that Orlock puts out, and he's like, "Hey, you got to sign this," and he's like, "Oh, I don't recognize this," and he goes, it's in my native language, and he doesn't speak his native language, and he's like, he doesn't say anything, which you think you could even while trying to be polite, you could be like, I don't know if I should. What does it say? Like, can you ask anything?
Me and my brothers. That'd probably be question one.
Yeah, me and my brothers were joking about the scene when we were going home from the cinema. Like, there's literal. Hang on a minute. There's literal pentagrams on this contract. Oh no! Don't pay attention to that. Just sign it in here. It's no problem.
Do you want your new iPhone or not? Sign the contract.
Thomas doesn't stand up for himself. He can't even find a sort of not weaselly, but like sort of pathetic way of even asking the question. You know, which I would have liked to see him be like, what is it? If you don't mind me asking, Your Lordship, what does it say? Nothing. It's like, okay, I guess he doesn't care. And he goes like, don't forget, you'll be
handsomely rewarded. Like, okay, this better not say that you get to fuck my wife. And he signs it.
We forgot to mention the wife gives them a locket.
Oh, yes, we did. Yeah.
Before he leaves, she puts a little tuft of hair in a locket for him and gives it to him. And so he has it around him, and Orlock's like, hey, is that from your lady friend? And he's like, it is. He's like, can I see it? And he's like, I don't really want you to, but I can't tell you no. So he hands it over to him. And then Orlock is like, hey, you know, don't forget, I'll give you all this money. Sign this contract without reading it over. I'm not even going to tell you what it says. He says, okay. And so he signs it. And we're making a big deal out of this. You know, the music is very tense. And it's like, what is he signing over? Ultimately, it doesn't really affect anything except for that Ellen gets to throw it in his face briefly later. I couldn't believe, in hindsight, how inconsequential this scene was.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about it?
I don't know. The point is, I like the movie up till I suppose we get back. Or Count Orlock and Nicholas Hoult get back to Germany. I don't know. When I was watching it, I just thought, okay, he's getting into his house without thinking really. So I didn't really have problems with it yet.
Yeah, I mean, when I first watched it, I was like, ooh, this is good. This is tense. So this is going to be really meaningful. I can tell. And then I felt like ultimately it just wasn't very meaningful. Because, like I said, all that comes of it is that later Ellen was like, Orlock tells Ellen, your husband sold you to me for money. And she's like, I don't believe you. And he's like, it's true. And she's like, liar. And then later when she's kind of half possessed, because the movie plays real fast and loose with exactly how possessed she is at any given moment. She's like,
Mm.
I can't believe you signed me over to him. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they
Yeah.
fight about other things. And so that's really all
Yeah,
that
it
comes of
doesn't.
that.
Yeah, this is and one of the other things that this is going to end up doing is that later on, Orlock will say, like, "Hey, the terms are that she must willingly repledge her vow to me. She cannot be stolen, right?"
Mhm.
And one of the things that this scene does is break that a little bit or
Yeah.
go fly directly in its face, because I don't know about you guys, but I would say pretty definitively that puppeteering this whole series of events to get him to your castle to sign a contract to giving her away so that you can use that to trick her into repledging that vow willingly kinda counts as stealing. Actually, definitely counts, I would say. It's like a heist. You've set up this big elaborate heist to steal this chick from her husband. I don't like, and now you're telling me that she can't be stolen, but like that's exactly what you're doing. That's
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, I would add that you would think maybe in his sort of very old fashioned way of thinking and treating things, that he would treat it like, oh, the husband signed you away, you're mine. Like it wouldn't matter if she accepts. You know what I mean? If he's
Yeah.
like really like kind of ancient and like a tyrant in that sense, you think maybe that would be enough in his mind. So later when he's like, no, she has to come willingly, she can't be stolen. I was like, oh, I don't know if that fits for you, but okay, why would you have that whole bit with the contract with
See,
Thomas then?
right, I thought he was just signing the thing to the manor, and I can't remember. I remember. I thought he was just signing the documents to the manor, letting him pass.
But okay, so he brought the documents to Orlock to sign in
Right.
English or German, whatever. And then Orlock was like, "Hey, also I have this piece of paper you forgot to sign." He's like, "I don't recognize this." He's like, "Oh, it's in my native language. Don't worry about what it says." So it's like it's an additional contract that Thomas was not aware of previously.
Okay.
He's like,
So
"I don't." Go ahead.
what I thought what Dracula meant was like, he cares more about money, like kind of metaphorically signed you away. He cares more about this money and getting the job done. Being around a spooky demon like me, just to get it. In that kind of sense, rather than just
and
literally signing her soul away or something like
and
that.
he throws that at her to be like, your husband doesn't care about you. He only cares about money and his job. But like ultimately only to try and pit them against each other. But it's not even like the main thing that comes between them ultimately.
Mm. Ultimately it's inconsequential. Yeah.
Yeah, and he uses it to like I have no problem with him being like, oh, look at this, he signed you away with this contract. He cares more about money than he cares about you because he did this for this many gold coins or whatever.
Well,
but then he never defends himself. Like, I have no problem with Orlock doing that as a trick, right? Like to try to get her to like look at him differently and like maybe make her more vulnerable. But Thomas never responds with anything like, oh, I don't know what, like, I was under mind control, maybe. Like I was under a shadow dream mind control. I didn't know what it said.
Well, I mean, like even just saying that, like, hey, I thought my job was to go here and to like make sure that this property document was properly signed so that I can make money for our family, dear wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
But she's like, but who cares about wealth?
We need money. We need
well, we need food. Well, we need food. You want to have a kid? Kids are expensive.
Do you like dresses?
The plague going around. Have you seen the rats?
Exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a real problem with that. Like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't.
Listen to me, woman. All of perception, human perception, bends around this count. All right. Yeah. What was I supposed to do?
He's manipulated you too. How can you not extend a little bit of charity to me?
Like I did this. You swore to be his lover, dear wife. I mean, like, come on.
Well, it's funny because he basically says that. She chastises him, and he's like, "After what you just told me, really?" Like, And like, it's funny because she gets into these arguments with people later in the movie, like
Yeah.
Nicholas Hoult and Aaron Taylor Johnson, and every time I'm always on their side because they're men and she's a
Yes.
woman. No, but because what she's saying, I'm like, but like every time they respond, I'm like, yeah, no, but they're correct. Like later when she's the worst one is when she's with Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Yeah. And the movie seems to think that she's correct.
Yeah.
I know.
That really drives me up a fucking wall, actually.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, because here's the thing: if you go read Dracula, which I highly recommend you do, one of the things you'll realize is that all the characters in Dracula are pretty darn good people, and they're really admirable, and they're very like sort of selfless and noble and good, which is refreshing, very refreshing, I would say. And so when I was talking to Hugh, we talked only briefly before we did the stream after I got out of the theater, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like Dracula if all the characters sucked."
look
And
at that, all
kind
huge
of-
pieces of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like we'll talk more about it and we'll talk about the full breadth of her character, but I really hate Ellen. And I think I hate her more because the movie thinks she's great and noble and she isn't. And I feel bad for all the characters that the movie is like chastising. But like she yells at him like, "You tied me to the bed," and it's like, "Yeah, you were sleepwalking."
What was
and you
he
could have hurt
supposed to
yourself."
do? Like
You were
any
fucking
opposite,
running out
just-
into the street, bitch. Like, what do you want
Yeah.
from me? He even says it like when Van Helsing comes in and goes, "Untie her now," and he goes, "This was all I could do to stop her from tearing the whole room to ribbons. She was violent. We don't know.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know if she's gonna hurt herself. He doesn't know if she's gonna hurt his family, his daughters. Like, what? No, he's in the right.
Yeah.
She's
Yep.
ranting and raving about like consummating a marriage with a demon in her sleep, and you have two little children in the house. Yeah, well, I'm going to tie you to the bed. I'm going to tie you to the bed. I'm sorry, that's just the way it goes. And the movie has the gall to be like, that was a bad thing you did, presumably because you're just trying to control women or whatever. And it's like, what?
I completely agree. Yep.
Stephen
Has
Lynn,
Eggers-
real quick in the
Go
chat, it asks, has Eggers ever made a movie with an actual morally good character? I would say The Northman's the closest. I don't know if we would call Amleth really like morally good over like by our modern standards, but by the story
Yeah.
standards, he absolutely is.
And
By the end of it.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. By the end of Northman, like he does a really good self-sacrificing act.
Yeah.
And the final boss, basically.
And I think Anya Taylor-Joy's character is pretty morally good as well in the story. In a
Which
way that
really surprised me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been much worse. Like, for example, like he's like, I have to go. This is the only way our family will be safe. And then at the very end of the, like, she sort of starts ranting and raving, but it's not like putting a curse on him. It's like, it's more of like a blessing that she casts in a sense.
Oh, at the end, to get everybody.
She handles it quite well, I would say. So I actually quite like her character in that movie. She's pretty good, and she's very kind of loving towards him, as much as that sort of relationship could be. So they're pretty good in that, I would say. Like Caleb in The Witch, there's nothing really wrong with them. Like some of the characters in The Witch are just kind of, it's tragic because you can understand why they would act the way they do, but obviously they have some flaws. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I've seen any characters in his movies that are just like moral paragons, which is definitely what Dracula is. Dracula is like all the main human characters that you follow are pretty noble and selfless, loving people, and all just trying to do their best against this truly evil thing. And it's we get none of that really in this.
Yeah. I mean, when I was watching the film, I was kind of invested in Nicholas Hoult marriage. Like, he's going into this creepy ass town in this absolute shithole just to make a living, make a good family, Just like Renfield says, like, well, you need more pay for a family. And he's like, yes, of course. And I kind of sympathize with him. I want him to pull through.
Yeah. No,
have the marriage survive. That kind of thing.
There's some in the chat right now. People are saying Thomas Hutter. There's nothing particularly ambiguous about him, and I agree with y'all. Like, he is.
Yes.
Like, he's just a good dude trying to do what's right. It's just that he is written kind
The
of
story
like
kind of shafts him
yeah.
a bit.
Yes.
He's written like kind of a dummy, and the story shafts him a little bit, and that's like
Especially towards the end.
yeah, especially at the end, and that's another reason why I this like it just keeps getting more sour on me is because like I do like him and I do want him to succeed, and the movie really does not want that to happen.
Yeah, and also I think I was a little harsh when I dismissed everyone in this movie because also I think
Aaron Taylor Johnson's character. Yeah, sorry. I
yeah,
cut
he's
you
Yes.
he's maybe
He's
a
super
little
charming towards the start. Yeah, like
yeah, and he's a little unwilling to accept this sort of crazy supernatural premise, but like he's totally reasonable, I
Yeah.
would say, honestly.
yep.
But
He
yeah, so
also
like
gets
not
the shaft from this movie.
yeah, it ultimately feels like all the characters that the movie props up as the ones we're meant to agree with are the ones that I hate the most.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? That's
Ellen is the worst offender, but I have big problems with the Von Helsing ripoff as well.
I really wanted to like him, but towards the end, I'm like, oh.
I'm glad you said
No,
that
but yeah.
because I felt the exact same
Yeah,
way.
me
As
too.
soon as he entered the movie, I was like, "Oh yay, Willem Dafoe! I love
I,
Willem
I
Dafoe
was just like eagerly waiting for him to pop by,
Yes.
and it's just like, oh.
because he's great as an
Mhm.
actor. Von Helsing is a great character. Von Franz pales in comparison, to say the least. But when he first enters the movie, he's like taking actions towards a goal, which the movie was kind of lacking a bit. Things were just happening to the other characters, so he was like actively trying to solve a problem. And so I'm like, ooh, this really kind of livened the movie up a bit.
Mhm.
But then ultimately, some of the decisions he makes, I'm just like, oh, I don't think I like you at all, actually. um, all right, where were we?
He's just signed Ellen away on the contract, and he
Okay,
asks
yes.
to go home.
He tries to leave.
He tries to leave. And
In a
like,
very sheepish, pathetic sort of way, but he's
yeah,
terrified. I get it.
yeah, I get it. I get it. He just kind of like he does set himself up for it, right? Because he goes like, "Oh, I'm feeling kind of ill. Could I please embark on a 6-week journey?" Like, he's gonna say no. Like, come
Orlock
on.
is like, it's bad to travel. It's a poor omen to travel in poor health. Stay. You better fucking listen to me, dude. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he walks out of the room as he's telling him this, and then he leaves, and he's like, Orlock, you have my locket, which is kind of funny. There's a couple things in this movie.
A couple little lines where I feel
some
the
of them
humor,
I don't.
yeah.
Some of them I don't know whether they're supposed to be funny. That one feels like it is supposed to be funny, but like when she's writhing around in some scenes in this movie, I'm like, this is funny, and I don't know if it's supposed to be.
I don't think it's supposed to be.
I definitely laughed, especially when she's like doing her exorcist stuff, and she's like, she's got her tongue sticking out of her mouth, like, and I'm like, this is silly. This is kind of silly, actually, but mostly I think it's because I hated her character by that point. So he tries to escape, but he can't. He goes to the castle door and it's locked. He can't open it. He finds another room, trying to find another way out, and he finds a coffin that Orlock is sleeping in. And so he finds a pickaxe and he tries to stab him with it, but Orlock wakes up, grabs it from him, stands up, and is like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get you." And so,
and of course, he had to be naked.
And of course, he had to be naked.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Because
It's rather just
what
that.
What do you sleep?
In pajamas? I don't know.
Like,
Yeah,
if I'm a vampire and I've got to sleep like eternally in a grave, like I'm going whole hog here. Like, come on.
Yeah. Someone mentioned, is this about him being cuckolded? Yeah, there's a fair bit of that, but we'll get to it. But I mean, it's a literal demon devil doing it, so let's see. He tries to. I don't know what to make of whether it's luck or just an ability he has that Orlock can just sense when someone's about to kill him and stop it at the last second.
I mean, it happens in the novel too, right? Like
That's true.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he gets away from him there because it's not quite nighttime yet, right? Like, yeah. So like that.
Well, in the book, vampires can. In Dracula, you can go out in the sunlight and you can walk around during the day and everything as a vampire, but you just don't have your powers of like super strength and speed and shapeshifteriness.
Yeah, you're less powerful during the day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nosferatu is actually the movie that established that vampires burn up in the sunlight. That was something that they invented because at the very end of this, in the very end of the 1922 Nosferatu, unlike this, he's chasing after her, and then he loses track of time because he's so kind of distracted by and transfixed and obsessed by his lust after her beauty that he loses track of time, and then the sun rises and he burns up. So, in this movie, it seems like they have to sleep during the day, like Nosferatu, but they don't. He doesn't quite like burn up in the sunlight.
No, he returns into a corpse.
Yeah. Anyway, so he has to sleep in his little coffin during the day. He tries to kill him, but he stops him, and then he runs away and like finds him. He like kind of locks himself in one room of the castle. While he's in there, Orlock is calling out to Ellen, saying, "Well, he sniffs the locket," which is kind of funny, and he says, "Dream of me, only me." And then the shadow mind controls her into like sleepwalking across her room. Stuff like that, classic spooky scenes. Meanwhile, the scene that I mentioned earlier, the shadow appears blocking the moonlight through the window of Thomas, and then Thomas, like a zombie, just goes and opens the door, and there's Orlock. So I don't know how to interpret that in any other way than he just mind controls him in order to get him to open the door.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of lame. But that's what he does. And then he attacks Thomas, and then he starts sucking his blood through his chest, and it's really gross.
Dry humping him,
and dry humping him a little bit. Yep, and that's all well and good, but why doesn't he kill him?
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, is there any particular reason for this? So in the novel version, Dracula leaves Harker alive because he's promised the 3 wives that they will get to eat him, when the time comes. And he just sort of expects that he's not going to be able to get out, or if he does, he's going to plunge to his death, jumping.
Or he's going to be eaten by the wolves. Whatever.
Yeah, which they establish. Dracula has control of wolves. He uses them to tear a woman apart whose baby he stole. He basically he has promised his wives that that's the main reason, but otherwise he'll probably die. In this one, there doesn't seem to really be a good reason for him to leave Thomas Hutter alive.
It's even worse, I would say, because ultimately there's a scene later where he tells Renfield, what's his name?
Knock. He tells him the solicitor or whatever.
It's like the solicitor lives, which it's like, oh well, you probably should have solved that problem.
You probably should have done something about that, Count.
But then he says, "I still have use for him." I don't think
that's
true.
No, you don't.
I don't think that's true at all, actually. I think that's just cope because you were kind of dumb.
You fucked up. Everybody does. Like that's what he just look. I mean, like if you made a mistake, you can tell me. I mean, like I'm your devoted worshiper here. Yeah, I'm not gonna judge you or anything, but yeah.
In the original Nosferatu movie, I can't remember who mentioned this. Who I heard mention this, but he just traps him and gets away like an evil villain, and I don't know. I guess he in this one he just hopes the wolves will just get him.
Well, so Random Access Streams in the chat is saying that he keeps Hutter alive as a bargaining chip with Ellen that comes into play later with the 3 days. But he left him in a room with. He left him in a room with his wolves.
Yeah, he almost gets killed by the wolves, so clearly he's not really intent on keeping him alive for that specific purpose. If he just killed him, she would fall into despair and probably go with him willingly. So I don't, because the marriage is what's getting in the way. That's very clear because she says at one point that she kind of stopped having these visions after they got married because she had real love and companionship in her life, and so she stopped fantasizing about getting married to a demon, and the demon's like, I don't like that, actually. I'm gonna get in between you two. If you just killed him, that probably ought to do it.
See, that's why I thought there was a huge plot armor for Nicholas Hoult here, because ultimately the marriage is going to defend them from Orlock, and it's ultimately what will defeat him. It doesn't, Spoiler warning.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why okay, he survives because we need it further along
okay,
the plot.
so that is he basically pivots, is what you're saying. Sorry, in the chat, he pivots. He's like, oh fuck, he's still alive. Okay, well maybe I can make this work to my advantage. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I guess he just sort of hoped that the wolves would kill him, even though he was right there and had him dead to rights. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this version probably like he wasn't planning that far ahead, so he probably should have just finished draining him and left it, like a quick snack before the road. But maybe he just like
wanted to feed the
leftovers
wolves
to the dogs. I guess. Like I don't know.
I guess. Someone said that's a flaw in every version of Nosferatu, though. No way Orlock loses track of time. Well, a lot of folk tales about vampires and demons is that you can they're obsessive to a fault. Oftentimes, like there's myths about in front of the grave that someone you suspect might be undead or a vampire, you pour out a whole bag of rice.
Oh yeah, and they have to count it all.
Yeah, that's where the whole Count Dracula thing.
The Count joke. From Sesame Street is based on that joke. Too,
yeah, and so
but he's a vampire.
Because basically demons have OCD in a lot of sort of folk legends, and so they're obsessive, right? And so the idea that he obsessively lusts after a beautiful woman to the point that he loses himself and gets distracted, it's not the most unreasonable thing. It's maybe a little cheap. It's certainly cheaper than the ending of Dracula, which I won't spoil for you because you should go read it. But the way they defeat him is much more sound.
Satisfying, yeah.
So much more satisfying.
I've seen this question pop up a couple times now. I didn't address it the first time, but Mr. Redhead is asking, did Dracula creature or do the biting, sucking blood out of the neck? I'm curious as to why Orlock sucked the blood out of the chest. So in one of the little documentaries, the little interviews about this movie, Willem Dafoe says something along the lines of the drinking blood from the neck, that's a Hollywood invention. The vampire originally drank out of the chest. I don't know where he heard that from because that's not true. Dracula in the book does drink blood out of the neck. That's one of the reasons.
I'm Willem Dafoe. People will buy it.
Yeah, or
right.
Yeah.
Did he by any chance mean literal stories of vampires, not Dracula?
Like folk tales, they don't do that. Is that maybe
folk tales of vampires and not Dracula.
That is possible. Although he does call it a Hollywood invention, which Dracula by Bram Stoker is not.
Famous American novel, Stoker's Dracula.
famous Jewish writer, yes, in control.
So he. So he in this movie, I think the choice to bite literally from the chest and the heart, there might be more reasoning behind it, but I just sort of saw it as that's neat and different. You know what I mean? Like he just bites right at the heart.
Yeah, I think it works. I mean, it makes sense.
There's something about it that's that's unexpected, and so it hits a little different when you see the wounds right on the chest. And when he's sucking the blood right out of their chest, it's ooh, that's something I haven't seen before. So the sort of
I guess
the violence of it hits a little bit different.
Yeah, sucking from the chest just seems like you'd survive it unless he drinks all of your blood. But because if you drink a throat, then you might die to the throat injury because it's just going to keep bleeding in a sense. Does that make any sense?
Well, I mean, if something punctures your heart, you're not going to be in great shape.
Yeah.
But no, I think I see what you're saying though.
Mark, give us
you got two carotid arteries. You only have one heart.
All right, Mark. No. Seriously, give us your medical expertise. Is it better to be bitten on the chest by a vampire or neck?
I don't again. If the fangs are going into your heart, that would be super bad. You do have two carotid arteries, so theoretically, if you get bitten in one and it's a small enough wound that the skin can heal so that it'll clot, then you still do have one major pipe pumping oxygenated blood up to your brain. But the heart is the motor, it's the pump. So if it's compromised, you're not in a good spot.
Okay,
I think that's true. Also, I suppose the drinking blood from the chest in this is sort of like a perverted version of breastfeeding kind of thing. It just kind of evokes that sort of thing. And I think it's good. I think it's effective. I think it's creepy and gross.
Yeah, and it gives the opportunity for us to, it just makes sense that he would get a little hump in there while he's doing it, and
I gotta get the mandatory. It's a sex metaphor.
It's a sex thing.
Victorian sex thing.
The doctor. We introduce Dr. Sievers, who is definitely not Dr. Seward from the book. Dr. Sievers, totally different, totally copyright free. He is like, oh, I see she's sleepwalking and having sorts of problems,
saying crazy shit while she's dreaming.
It's like, I'm sure it's nothing. She's just sleepwalking.
It's something wrong with her womb. Put her in a corset. Let me drug her up. Like,
I love the sort of
bloodletting as well. Yeah, too much blood and whatnot. Yeah, I like the typical Victorian medicine.
Exactly.
Very helpful.
I also like at one point she starts moaning sexually in her sleep, and he's like, "I'll increase the ether," and then like knocks her out. That's funny. I like that. I think that's clearly supposed to be kind of amusing. So that's kind of fun. And then I think that's basically the end of that scene. Like, obviously she's having problems.
Oh, she's moaning. He is coming. He's coming to me. He's coming to me. Yeah.
More like I am coming. Am I right? It's a sex thing.
Yeah. I haven't heard of ether. I thought it'd be chloroform. Is that just another anesthetic?
Yeah. Ether would have been like old timey anesthetic.
Okay.
Yeah, and that just knocks her out essentially. Next we see Thomas is in his bed and he's woken up by wolves trying to kill him. Was he in the bed?
He's in the bed and he's woken up and he like kind of gets out of the bed and he like looks around and then some wolves attack him and he jumps out the window and falls into a river.
This scene is really poorly directed. I'm sorry to say, Robert Eggers. The wolves should have gotten him like 3 or 4 times over in the scene. Like, it takes too long and the wolves were too close for me to believe that they didn't like grab him by the leg. You know what I mean? It takes too long, him getting out the window before the wolves like get to him again. It was very distracting and very poorly blocked.
Yeah, the other thing about this scene, we've talked about this a little bit, right? A lot with the Northman in particular, but he has this tendency to kind of like, I don't want to say shoot himself in the foot, but I do at the same time. These are real like wolf dogs that are in this scene with him, and they are seen in such a dark, like they're so dimly lit and so small that they might as well just have been CGI. And I just like, it's one of those things where it's like, I really wish that if you were going to put in that effort, to do that in the scene, to have the real dogs, like use them better in a way that doesn't feel like I don't know, like he does a lot of that. Like with the Northman, he has all those things carved into the walls that you can't see because it's so dimly lit that you can't see the walls at all, right? Like he does a lot of that.
Just out of curiosity, would CGI wolves for that sequence been any cheaper than just hiring a like dog wrangler and just throwing some real dogs in there?
I would say probably cheaper. Yes.
Probably.
Really?
With how dark it is, like you don't. Yeah, probably.
Probably cheaper, less time consuming to train the dogs and get it all blocked a certain way.
Well, I'm assuming they hired trained dogs. They
hire, but they have to train them for the scene, right? Like to what they have to do, what they have to hit their mark. They have to, and then you also have to train Nicholas Hoult to not step wrong because the dogs are. He actually talks about like how there's an interview clip where he actually talks about how he went to pet one of them, and they were like, "Don't do that."
Yeah,
don't touch them. And he was like, "Oh, okay." And they're like, "Yeah, but just relax, right?" And he goes, "Okay." I was like, "Okay, now make sure you have no food in your pockets before you start the lady. And you haven't eaten.
You got a candy bar?
You haven't eaten yet. Wow. You haven't eaten lunch. You got to shoot this before lunch.
Any gum?
Yeah, like do not step wrong because like they will not know and they will be aggressive about it." And it's like, okay.
What did I sign up for?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
like
the contract that he signed this movie for, it was in a different language. And he couldn't
different
read
language
it.
you couldn't read.
With
So
pentagrams, yeah.
yeah, yeah. And so it's like I appreciate that you did it with real animals. It doesn't quite look like it
Yeah.
sometimes.
Right. That's interesting because if you were to show me that scene, like let's say again, for the first time, and you ask me, is this CGI or real dogs? I'd honestly struggle. Because you're right, it is so poorly lit that it's just like you don't really pay attention to it.
We talked about this with the Northman because there's a fox
Yeah,
that he
there's
he
a
follows,
fox that he follows around in the Northman. That's a
and
real
it looks
fox, but it
fake.
looks fake with the way that he shot it because
Huh.
he shot it in a particular sort of lighting setting that it's just
Yeah.
okay, like,
It
yeah,
looks like the kind of dim lighting you would do to hide the fact that it's not a very good fox model.
yeah,
And so it's like, oh, well, if you did it for real, maybe let me see it a little better or something. But the bigger problem for me is that like it takes him too long to get out of the room, and the dogs were so close to him that I don't feel like he should have escaped, and it was distracting for me. But anyway, he gets out and he falls into the river. Next, we'll see of him. He was, I guess, very luckily found by some nuns who bring him
but
to.
she's gathering firewood and she finds him next to the stream where he shot the witch. Yeah,
And then they take him and they like help recuperate him. More on that in a bit. So
We get back
they haven't heard from Thomas in a long time. And Ellen's
where is this in Germany, by the way?
it's a fictional town called Wiesberg.
it has to
Okay.
be
But it's
somewhere
a
on
coast.
the coast.
Yeah, it has to be like
Yeah.
like on the coastline somewhere.
I don't know, somewhere around Hamburg, whatever it's called.
Hamburger.
Hamburger, yes. Somewhere around Hamburg, Germany. So Ellen is freaking out because she hasn't heard from Thomas in a long time. They're out on a walk, and Aaron Taylor Johnson's character's name is
Friedrich.
Friedrich, right?
Yeah, Frederick.
Harding.
Friedrich.
We gotta say hardcore then.
Friedrich.
Like who's he the stand-in for again? He's the stand-in for one of Lucy's three boyfriends.
Yeah, he's kind of a completely different
He's
person.
he's
he's
not
kind of
close.
own thing.
because Lucy and Nina have kind of been combined in
Yes,
Nosferatu.
yeah.
So Anna and Friedrich are just kind of unrelated. In a
Yeah,
sense.
Lucy gets vampired from what I remember. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
she's-
much more susceptible to the vampire. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's got the three suitors. One of them is a cowboy from Texas. It's fun stuff. Go read the book. So she's like, well, I haven't heard from him in a long time. Something's gone horribly wrong. I need to go find him. And he's like, no, you're very sick. You can't go looking for him. Like, what on earth are you talking about? I like Friedrich.
Yeah, me too.
There's some other scenes later where he says some things that are like, yep, nope, I'm with you on that one. Then she wants to be alone. He kind of walks off with Anna, and Anna's like, don't be too harsh on her. It's not her fault. She's sick. And Friedrich, to his credit, is like, you're right. I'm sorry. But can we please talk about anything other than Ellen? So that's been all we've been focused on, all we've talked about for like weeks, maybe even months. Can we please talk about anything else? I'm like, I like
And
that.
his wife is pregnant as well.
His
Just
wife
to
is pregnant,
check on-
yes.
Yeah.
They have 2 children and another one on the way because he just can't resist her. Another charming aspect about him. And
we
then,
do also get mentioned that Nicholas Holt got loans from him as well, like several, like he owes him
yes,
money.
So
He's a nice fellow, help.
Yeah, he's charitable.
Yeah.
When we're first introduced to him at their house, they're laughing about old times or whatever. They're talking about his new job opportunity and all that sort of stuff. And Nicholas Holt Thomas is like, oh, by the way, I'll get you that money just as soon as I get paid for this. He's like, not another word. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Like he's very charitable. He's nice. He's a good host or whatever. The movie sort of lambasts him for tying up Ellen, but as we've already discussed, that seems eminently reasonable. His like worst sin, I guess you could say, in the movie is that when things start going wrong, he just assumes it's the plague and not anything more supernatural than that, which I don't know. It seems perfectly reasonable to me.
Yeah, like living in the real world, that would be a very reasonable opinion.
Oh, absolutely. So then he's walking away with his wife. They're about to have a kiss because they finally have a moment that isn't just all about Ellen. And then Ellen starts having like a very sexual looking seizure. And it's like, great. What an attention whore. Anyway, this is she's having some sort of seizure because sometimes she just gets possessed by Dracula and sometimes she doesn't. They play kind of fast and loose with that. Next, we find out that what is it? I already forgot his name. The Renfield stand-in, Herr Knock. He's gone mad. And Dr. Seward's like, we have them in custody. We find out that Herr Knock went crazy and went to a Christmas market and killed a bunch of sheep with his bare hands and started eating them. And there's a really funny little character, like bit part character who's like, he was eating them raw, like raw. And I thought that was
very British, yeah.
very, yeah. And so yeah, he's gone crazy and he's attacked someone's sheep at a Christmas market and started eating them with his bare hands. That's not good. So they go down to like the cells where they're keeping this guy, and he's full crazy Renfield at this point. He starts ranting and raving about his master, his lordship, and all that sort of stuff.
He eats a pigeon's head.
Yeah, he eats a pigeon's head. He's infinity. He is death. All that sort of stuff. There's a couple weird things he says though that I want to highlight because I don't quite understand what they mean. So he says, "'Twas he that invoked me to be his servant, for I know what he covets," which that's obviously Helen, because he really has a hard-on for Helen specifically. He says, "I shall cast upon you he shall cast upon you curses," and all that sort of stuff. And then he says, "For you have forsaken me." So who is he? Who have they forsaken? Is it Orlock? Like he's going to curse this whole village to death and ruin and all that stuff, but he adds, "For you have forsaken me." Who have they?
Is the implication that they once worshipped him?
That would be weird.
Or is it an implication about Ellen that she forsake Orlock after she married Nicholas Holt?
Maybe that would make the most sense, but it's not clear because he's not talking to Ellen. He's talking to the other people that know nothing about this, and he's like, he will place curses upon you, like all you specific people, and he's like, because you have forsaken me, and I really don't know what he means by that. But maybe it's Ellen forsaking him. Sure.
Oh,
he says,
Hugh, I can see an icon now. Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at that.
And we're back. And then he says, and I think this just goes to how much less interesting he is than Dracula to me. Knock is talking about Orlock, and he says, "And he shall reign over all of your empty corpses." It's like, why do you want that? That's boring. I mean, you just like, okay, so the movie's a bit muddled about this because he describes himself as just an appetite, right? So if he just wants to consume and destroy until all of life is gone because he's death itself, sure. It's a little boring maybe, but sure. But then also he specifically lusts after this one particular woman, and he seems to be more interested in that ultimately. And so I'm kind of confused about what he really wants. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
As we talk about this, no, the motivation is kind of lame, if I'm honest. Just lusting after one particular woman because she has shining abilities of some sort. It's just like,
I mean, I guess to be fair, if you're a ethereal demon person, I guess like shining abilities would be a pretty big turn on.
There can only be so many of them throughout your eternal lifetime,
Yeah,
I suppose.
like-
You know, like baddies like that only come around once in a blue moon. So I guess you'll jump on it when you get the opportunity. The ruling over empty corpses is the part that kind of feels lame to me because it's just like he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to like enslave. Dracula wants to enslave the people he turns. Like he turns Lucy into a demon who kills little children. He wants to enslave Mina. He wants to enslave Renfield. He basically is just like there to.
I'm going to interrupt you only to add that he also just doesn't want to kill everyone. Like what we learned from Lucy in particular is that he wants to kind of like slowly feed on people for a long time.
Yeah, he wants to
Just-
corrupt people, but in a clever way, and this one just has a simp for one special lady.
He's a simp
Yeah.
for one lady, and also he's death itself, and so he just wants to destroy all life and then reign over empty corpses. Like I know,
Much
that
like the White
sound-
Walkers in Game of Thrones, he just wants
Yeah,
to.
I was kind of. I sort of took the whole "he is death itself" more as an exaggeration than
Like, he's very good
than
at
a
killing, kind of
literal, like he is
exaggeration,
the
yeah.
concept of death. He is the Grim Reaper, as like
sure.
he's the
Sure,
second last boss in a
except
Castlevania
that
game. Like,
Renfield describes his goal and motivation to destroy all life and then rule over your empty corpses. Everyone will be dead. Like there will be no one to bury the dead. All that sort of stuff.
She describes him as death also. Like in the dreams,
Yeah.
she says that she was married to death himself.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, there's a few.
See, when she said that about the dream, I just pictured like a literal Grim Reaper skeleton, not Orlock, in that dream.
Yeah, then they they connect it back by saying like other people saying it too. So like I don't know. It seems like too. It seems like too much of a connection for me to just be like, okay, like it's a metaphor, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's working symbolically, metaphorically as well. Like that's what they're going for. But when you make it as explicit as he wants to reign over your empty corpses, I'm like, why? You know, because
like, that's just what he does, I suppose. Because
Well,
like the other thing too is that it's like the
why do you want
addition of the plague rats is not, that's something that is exclusive to Nosferatu, and it's described as like he is the embodiment of disease and death itself. Like that's how he's referred to by our Van Helsing stand-in later when he finally discovers exactly what it is. So it's like I don't know. It's another instance where it's kind of playing fast and loose with exactly what is going on there and
what he wants, ultimately what he's aiming for. A couple interesting things in chat. Someone said, I found it interesting that Orlock is often referred to as Providence. I don't think he's referred to as Providence. I think Nock and other people are talking about destiny and fate as if like he's inevitable. He is.
Well, he does say he's inevitable. He is infinity, and he
says infinity. He doesn't say inevitable, but he's not calling Orlock Providence. He's saying it is Providence that Orlock will do all these things. But to your point, you continue saying, let's see, Anne confuses Ellen's references to Orlock to God. So yes, when they're by the seaside, she's talking to Anne, and Ellen is talking about like, do you ever feel like something is just like moving through you and like puppeteering you?
So, you like, don't feel like a person.
And Anne's like, we all feel out of sorts sometimes, I guess. And she's like,
trying really hard.
Like destiny and like something is controlling you and moving through you. And she's like God? And she's like, no, nope.
Oh, okay. If you're not talking about God, then who? Oh no.
Oh no, not
Ellen. She's like, oh, okay.
Oh, you have such flowery language. Oh, bless you.
You're such a romantic, really. But she's like. I don't feel like people are treating some of the things she's saying as seriously as they ought to sometimes.
Oh no, not like one of the things that I found really like from the get-go a little off-putting is she tells him this particularly like fucked up dream. Basically, she's like, my father and my mother were dead, and death, like instead of you, it was death who was my husband, and everybody was dead, but I was so happy. And he just kind of gives her a look and goes, don't say things like that.
No. Yeah.
How about you just shut up? Like,
that is when you have a conversation, like a serious conversation with spouse. Like, okay, what is causing her to have these dreams? Like, this is not normal.
And I don't know that I buy that. Like people back in that time, like even I understand that women's health was not taken as seriously back in that time, but like I can't imagine. Like even in the Dracula book, when Lucy's sleepwalking, they're all like, "Shit, man, what the fuck? We got to make sure she's okay. What's going on with this?" Like they're concerned.
Yeah. If you love them, you'd be concerned. Yeah.
I will say they're concerned with her illness, but they don't seem, because like, obviously they get a doctor to help her. They're worried about the sleepwalking. They're worried about her mania and all that sort of stuff, and like the writhing in the night. But I don't think they treat seriously the implications of the dreams she's having, where she's describing being thrilled at everyone being dead. And like you would think Thomas would find that a bit more off-putting than he does, because he's basically like, oh, that's just a silly dream. It doesn't mean anything.
Silly,
By the way,
foolish
don't
dream
tell
doesn't
anyone.
mean anything. Yeah.
It's a bit more a cliche, like obvious signs that something's not right here, and the character's ignoring it. You know,
it's like I feel like that does indicate something about her psychology. That is not good.
Like even for the time too, that's like a crazy dream to have. That's one of those ones where it's like, that's not like my crazy is I flew over the ocean and then I fell in and there was a crab that talked to me. Your crazy is you were married to death and you were happy that your whole family was dead. I think we need to have you sit down with somebody. Maybe maybe we need some ether and you should sleep in a corset, bitch. Like
I remember like the craziest dream I had was like a monster made of shadows was like dragging me, and I was kind of like running as if I were on a treadmill, and then it got me and I woke up and it's just like, that's probably stress, you know. But if you're dreaming about marrying death, then maybe you're suicidal, maybe you're something, you know.
If the shadow monster was chasing you and you couldn't escape, but you were like really turned on at the same time, that would be a bit more worrisome.
Then we might have a little bit of motivated concern. Yeah.
When he gets taken in by the nuns, Thomas is told that Orlock was a black enchanter in life. The devil preserved his soul that his corpse might walk again in blasphemy. You are lost in his shadow. Thomas is like, I need to help Ellen. And they're like, no, you need to stay here. His evil cannot enter the house of God.
Okay, that is Orlock... a very important bit of information that he just got there, right? Like,
I don't use this at all.
Exactly, exactly. What is he going to do with it? Fuck all. Like, he literally just learned that not only is evil, this embodiment of evil, real, the devil is real, right? Like, he can't enter the church. So you would think that like that's a pretty good indicator of things you can use to fight back if that's your
maybe intention. A crucifix works.
Yeah, like the crucifix she gave you and that you threw away. Yeah.
Yeah.
This bucket of holy water. Why not?
This is part of a broader problem I have with a lot of. This seems to happen a lot in modern stories about like demons and evil spirits and things like that, where they're like it's obvious that like evil demons, supernatural things exist, and then no one's like, oh, but what about like positive supernatural like religious things? In this, it's about as bad as it can get, where he's told explicitly that he's evil, he cannot enter a house of God, and then there's nothing later about like, oh, maybe we could sanctify the home, and maybe he should start praying, or maybe he could use a cross to fight it. Maybe we need to see a priest. There's none of that.
Maybe if we hide a cross in Ellen's bedside table, and when she lures him in and he goes to feed on her, she can use that to hold him off until the sun comes up. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Like
something.
See, I really thought William Dafoe was gonna do that, but he doesn't do.
No, he doesn't.
Any of that.
He's shitty
really.
in Helsing.
This also greatly reminds me of. Have you guys heard about? It's on Netflix. An animated show, Castlevania.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
I've seen it.
Well, there's this moment. I think it's second season where the crucifix is explained, like how it weakens the vampires. So there's like this companion of his that asks him, oh, so why are vampires like scared of the crucifix and whatnot? And the vampire hunter kind of explains it away, like, oh, it's not because of any religious or supernatural reasons. It's because vampires have this 90-degree angle.
Yeah, that was really dumb. Okay, now I remember
that. That's stupid, but also kind of funny. Like
it's like that's an Adi Shankar being like, no, Christianity is not important to this story at all. Like,
really, Christianity is not important to a story about vampires.
I know exactly. Well, I mean, also in all the Castlevania games, like a cross is probably the best sub weapon. So, like, I mean,
there's this. Like, you went full atheist Reddit tier just to explain away kind of a different reason why vampires are afraid of crosses, and it's just
That's pretty
This
dumb.
is why when he was doing the announcement for his Devil May Cry show, I was terrified with the Berserk Deluxe Edition volumes he has on his desk. I'm like, oh fuck.
oh
No, don't go anywhere near
please
Berserk,
don't.
please.
No,
Even
so it's just
Lynn-
like, this aversion to like kind of any sense of, I don't know,
Order.
spirituality or Christianity in
sorry.
certain objects, like a complete aversion to it is just kind of dumb. And this film, it kind of shows it. You know, we're shown like an Orthodox, I think, Christian cross, so they're much more into like mysticism in that denomination. So it's funny. My older brother said this is the exact place he needs to be in after encountering Count Orlock, which is funny. But they never use it again.
No, and he never comes away with that with any sort of sense that like, oh, maybe the
Maybe
answer
we should put
lies in
Ella
that.
there. Like maybe I should put my wife in a church.
Wait a minute.
Put her in a church.
Put her in the church.
I can't believe I didn't even think about that. But yes, that's so bad. That's so bad that he doesn't. That's terrible. He doesn't even. First of all, he doesn't even tell Von Franz what he learned. Really.
Yeah.
So that's bad. But Stephen Lin makes a good point, bringing up Harker in the book. So Jonathan Harker in the book is like Anglican. He's Protestant or whatever. And so like the crucifix, he's not into all that. And like when he goes into Transylvania and all these people who are Christian that he encounters there seem really sort of like
they're either
they're superstitious, and like he's kind of put off by it, but then like part of the whole thing of Dracula the book is like this sort of Protestant, very secular modern society kind of clashing against old mystical supernatural forces of evil and things. And so part of the reason, like we mentioned earlier, Dracula even wants to come to London is because people are less religious, so they don't have defenses against him. And so and Jonathan, like he gets the crucifix, and at first he finds it off-putting.
What did the Irish author mean by this, do you think?
He gets the crucifix, and he's put off by it, but he's like, it gave me a strange sense of comfort I couldn't describe. There's stuff like that in Dracula, and obviously the way they ultimately kill him, like it's sort of baked into it, but there's this very modern tendency to like want to basically have stories where like evil supernatural things exist, but no good supernatural things do. For some reason, and I'm really sick of it. Especially because in the logic of this story, he knows that he can't enter the place of God or a place of worship, and he's probably averse to religious icons, and he does nothing with that information. It's crazy. Just mechanically, from it just makes his character stupid.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as Harker returns, the movie starts to kind of fumble for me. I mean, they kind of fumble around. Because this whole movie is like building up to Dracula. Okay, we go into the carriage. We're on our way to see Dracula. There he is. Oh no, he's coming to Germany. What are we gonna do? And then it's kind of like fumbling of kind of thinking, what are we gonna do? And then the movie and then he's gone, and then it kind of ends. There's that kind of build up, and then fumbling around, and then it ends.
And it presents a very dark, bleak, defeatist way of solving this problem.
Yes.
Where you just kill yourself, essentially. Like, that's really
picturing that meme, like that. It's just like
somebody in the chat mentioned, an Orthodox priest saved you. Now go hire an occultist kook doctor to save your wife.
And
that's the thing too. Is like the Van Helsing in the book comes from mainland Europe, and he is more involved. He's Dutch, and he's more involved with the spirituality. Like he puts wafers, like communion wafers, on Mina's forehead to stop her from turning, to keep her turning slower. And then in this version, it's just like he's just into alchemy and the occult. He doesn't know anything about vampires, but he's into those things either way.
And he's going to trick you into thinking you're helping when really she just needs to kill herself because that's her destiny.
Yeah, because in a heathen time, she might have been a priestess of Isis. Ooh, isn't that a high position of prestige as opposed to, a
Wait, say that again? What?
He says that to her at one point. He says, like towards the end of it, like in their last little goodbye, he says, "And if this were heathen times, you would have been a priestess of Isis, or you may have been a priestess
what
of
does that
Isis."
mean exactly? Not in the know.
Basically, a priestess of a pagan god,
Oh,
the goddess of something or other in ancient Egyptian. I don't know what she did in Egyptian lore. All I know is heathen.
Yeah, but
bullshit,
like an ancient female oracle kind of thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
Someone
So he's
mentioned
in.
that.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
So someone in the chat mentioned that I think it was Rose Prickett. I did get a vibe that Eggers has issues with Christianity from this movie. I would think so because he seems to be. It's interesting because like the religious supernatural aspect of the Northmen is presented much more matter of factly, like the characters at the time and how they would believe it and how they would act. But for whatever reason in this movie, it's like he just can't let that be the case. Someone compared it to like a better example, like there's a lot of sort of possession exorcist sort of imagery in this movie that is not in most vampire movies. But it's interesting that someone mentioned The Exorcist too, because The Exorcist is very much like in the logic of the story of The Exorcist, like Christianity is true. This
it's
is
the only
demon.
it's the only weapon against Azuzu.
Yes.
Azuzu? Yeah, Azuzu. Right?
Bazuzu, I think. Yeah. Which is a funny name. But yeah, but he just, for whatever reason, he'll allow himself to do that for the Northmen, but he won't allow himself to do that for this. And I don't know what to make of that.
Okay, with having this information in mind, all this, like he mentions pagan priestesses. He's into alchemy. He puts flowers towards the. I'm not liking the ending more and more the more that we discuss this now.
Well, it's just so bleak, and it does feel kind of backwards that like the way you stop the demon is to sacrifice a woman to it. It's like, oh, we couldn't like.
That's very pagan. That's very Aztec like.
It feels very sort of like, oh, we couldn't come up with like a more noble solution.
At first, I was being like more charitable, like, oh, of course you have to sacrifice yourself, and I kind of saw like a positive aspect in that, like, okay, self-sacrifice. That's kind of
that's sort of how I read it too. But again, like I thought it was less, hey, you're giving him what he wants, and more she like had the wherewithal to like try to keep him enthralled for as long as possible so that the sun would rise and kill him.
I wouldn't mind that, honestly, if we hadn't already seen all these instances where there are clearly other ways to fight against it, and it's not just a really dumb mistake on the part of our Van Helsing stand-in that causes this as like the ending. I didn't feel like it was earned, really, because like he just kind of stumbles upon this idea in the book, but none of the other aspects. He doesn't try to prevent it. He just basically sees it and goes, shit, that's it. That's how we got to do. And he doesn't look for any of the extraneous information that's presented throughout the movie to the other characters to sort of like try to work around that and get her to a point where she doesn't have to die because of this. Like it didn't feel like a self-sacrifice moment like the Northmen, like with a cathartic payoff and anything like that. It felt like because they all just didn't try hard enough to like communicate with each other that this is where we ended up. And so like, I don't know.
I think it's even worse than that because for some of the reasons you just mentioned, also it is that we give the demon what it wants and that kills it because it's muddy about it. And that's part of the issue because you could focus solely on the like, she distracted it and kept it enthralled long enough that it waited for the sun to come up. But also, the movie says and insists that part of the sacrifice was loving, like taking the beast into loving embrace, which is exactly what the beast wanted, was to like her, because she does renew the vow, right? She renews the vow and just lets it kill her, essentially. And that feels really sort of defeatist, and it's a weird kind. I feel like there's a difference between self-sacrifice and killing yourself, and I feel like this leans more towards killing yourself. You know what I mean? Like
I think I might need to watch it again, like with that reading in mind, just because for me it did seem like a self-sacrifice. Granted, I've only seen it once, and it was now a couple weeks ago. So
it's for me, like obviously, I don't quite think it works for me that the way she self-sacrifices is just by swearing an oath of loyalty to the demon and then letting it have its way with her.
Yeah, I guess now that we are talking about it, I did really want to ask. I'm afraid to Google this because maybe Google will look at me weird. How much blood is in a human body?
Round 8 pints.
How long do you reckon that will take you to drink?
I'm an army medic.
I'm just joking.
Yeah,
right.
Mark, how long would it take you to drink 8 pints of any liquid?
I mean, of blood, a really fucking long time. Of beer, I mean, like you'd have to at least give me like half an hour. And like that's if I'm really trying to like I'm doing it as a challenge, right? Like I'm not saying that like I would casually drink 8 pints in half an hour.
Yeah, because we don't see him
drink this as fast as you can.
We don't see him butt funneling here. Like this is a nice luxurious gulping, you know.
Well, so Mark, I think maybe the more apt question is like, how much blood do you need to lose before you die?
I mean, a fair amount, but not that much. Like, I mean, you can bleed out pretty quickly, but a lot of that also is like, are you bleed out like so you're dead, or bleeding out because bleeding out to the point that you've lost consciousness just because your blood pressure can't maintain high enough that oxygenated blood's actually getting up to your brain. Yeah. So you might not be dead, but you might not be able to do anything about the bleeding unless there's like, you know, someone like me during like actually patching up the wound or putting a tourniquet on you or something.
If Mark was there, he would have saved the day.
I mean, not necessarily. It's just like I've at least trained so that I would be able to. No, well, I mean, I can't do anything about the vampires sucking it.
All we really need is like one person to actively take some steps that they might, you know, that they know might work. Otherwise, than letting her kill herself to kind of.
Well, again, though, if it's piercing the heart, you know, like you're in a lot more trouble, like because then it's not just the volume of blood; it's the pump that is getting the blood through your body that's compromised, right?
With that in mind, I feel like some people should have died several times over in this movie if we were being super realistic.
I mean,
how many times
I guess
does Thomas get drained? Because he wakes up
4 times.
That's sort of the thing, because like to know for sure like how lethal one of those bites would be, you need to know how big are the teeth and how far are they going into the heart?
They're big.
Are they big. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, so are they puncturing like one of the ventricles and making it so that like you actually can't hold blood in the chamber that gets pumped? Is it going into a coronary artery, which, and you've got a few of them, but if one is compromised, that means you're having a heart attack. So, like, I mean, I suppose, like you can live through a heart attack, but that's not necessarily like you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, I suppose the intention is to have them alive while you're drinking the blood, because you know blood pumping. Makes
and
it
I mean, like someone could be alive
Oh.
having a heart attack and talking to you for hours before they eventually die. So, like, I mean, if it's going into the coronary arteries, that would make sense. Jojo. But again, I would probably need to see what the teeth are doing to the heart to really tell you how lethal the actual bite itself would be.
Okay. The second question I wanted to ask after drinking 8 liters, how long would it take from you to get to a mansion, old ruin in Germany to your house? Would that really take you?
I live across an ocean
night?
from Germany, so like pretty long.
Yeah, I think Orlock lives like right up, like a couple of blocks up. Maybe it probably wouldn't have been like too long, but we don't know how he gets around.
I mean,
we never see
Nicholas
him,
Hoult full on pelts there, and it's morning by the time he gets. That just bothered me. I don't know. Did they do this like really late in the night? Maybe, I don't know.
I'm getting a complaint about my audio. You guys did tell me to turn up when I first joined. Are
they saying it's too loud?
I don't know. It just said graping our ears, which I'm assuming means too loud. Unless
did you adjust it?
I can.
I can,
No,
I,
no,
can,
I
I,
mean-
can, I can do it. I can turn you down a bit.
Okay, cool.
All right, it sounds okay to me on Discord, but if it's bad for you guys, I mean, are you sure it's not the dog grumbling in the background?
Oh,
Anyway,
I
either
don't.
way,
I don't
doesn't
know.
matter.
I'm just
If
trying to
it's-
address possible technical
Yeah,
issues.
if it's too loud, let us know. You can turn it down a little bit, and we'll keep us informed. That will help us a lot. Really quick, I just got a super chat. We also got a couple that we didn't respond to earlier, so I wanted to mention those. Amir, thank you for the super chat with no message early on. We already mentioned on your business. You said the boat could have gone up the Danube. Matthew Leach, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Hi Cat, please nag Mahler to do a Nosferatu EFAP. I will do my best." Because I think
I've turned down. Is this better?
Oh, okay. I turned you down pretty good. Now you're
Mark,
a
you
little
stay
quiet.
put. Mark, you stay put, and then he will turn you back up
Yeah,
to where
yeah.
you were, and hopefully
Okay,
that
cool.
will solve the issue.
Can I turn him up on my end, just on my end?
Oh yeah, you'll be fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a bit too loud, but also, of course. Well, sorry about that.
Yeah, I
hopefully it
mean,
fixed
like,
now.
yeah, I had. If you tell me right away, I can address it. But sorry, because I sound fine to me, but I'm mostly just hearing my own voice and through my monitor. And okay.
All right. Well, we shall proceed. And then on new business, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, I'm not sure the movie was anti-Christian, considering the role of the Orthodox clergy. I think Eggers wanted a bleak ending, which basically forces you to find a non-Christian way to conclude the story.
Okay, so that goes a little bit along with a regular chat from Random Access Streams, who says that what makes Nosferatu unique from other Dracula adaptations is the influence of German fairy tales on the original 1922 film. A little bit in the way, like, what makes... I don't think it's necessarily anti-Christian. I don't know if there's enough... I don't know if there's enough evidence to point out and say, like, he is decidedly anti-Christian or, like, doesn't want the Christian influence. But he does include it and then not have the characters use the information that they get from it. And that's really, like, that's really what we're taking issue with, is that, it doesn't come back into the fold at all. And in the way that this goes along with the discussion of the German fairy tales, like, yeah, sure, but he includes the Christian iconography and then the characters just forget about it later, failing essentially to resolve anything in a way that doesn't align with a German fairy tale. That's a problem with the writing. Then, like, if he was going to do that, he shouldn't have put the Orthodox Christian stuff in there at all.
Yeah.
I think
So-
the more anti-Christian thing we were talking about was the Castlevania. Oh, the crosses have nothing at all to do with religion against vampires. It's just because their super focused eyes have trouble with the right angles. If they're spinning or something.
Yeah, but I do think there's something to be said, though, that we ignore all of the Christian religious stuff to go for a, like, very sort of pessimistic sort of ending. But what's confusing is it treats it kind of like it's tragic, but, like, ultimately that's what had to happen. It's like, well, it's not what had to happen. It's like we've created a problem, and then ultimately we didn't really find a solution. We just gave up.
I wouldn't say this film is anti-Christian, just like aversive to it, not necessarily anti. Like, Castlevania is definitely anti-Christian, but this one, no, definitely.
I thought the first two seasons of Castlevania were still pretty good, but the cross thing was stupid. Like,
there were literal, like, priests with spears stabbing and heretics, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Sometimes that show just gave me a headache. But no, this one's a bit weird. It's like, I saw a chat saying that Robert Eggers is very much so into his occult stuff, and I suppose
he's certainly interested in it, which I don't.
I don't blame him for that. Like,
his first three movies definitely support that, I'd say.
Yeah, and because we all know, like, the source material and everything, that the crucifix is kind of the weakness of Dracula and vampires in general. But Robert just seems to want to push, like, a square peg into a circular shaped hole. Like, no, it's this kind of pagan-esque way that they'll kill the vampire no matter what, kind of thing. When you could just use the other puzzle piece that you introduced in the film earlier on.
Right in the middle of
It's a
Act
bit
2,
weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
I also find really off-putting the decision to turn Thomas's like noble intent to try and take action and do something into like we'll just let him think he's helping, but really just it's a
That's just
distraction.
cruel, false hope.
That does bug me a lot.
Yeah.
It's like he treats the heroic behavior, or at least Defoe's version of Van Helsing treats the heroic behavior as like, isn't that cute? He doesn't quite understand, does he?
Yeah.
Like that
I find it kind of insulting.
Yeah.
Especially compared to the original book. But moving on, we get some scenes of Orlock killing people on the ship and stuff like that. At one point, Defoe comes to... we didn't... Well, I'll breeze through their introduction to him. So Dr. Sievers says that, listen, she's having a lot of problems. There's this disgraced doctor who's into occult stuff, and he's kind of a kook, and modern science has kind of shunned him, but he might be able to help us. So we finally we talk to him, and it's Willem Dafoe, and we're like, yay, Willem Dafoe, please come into the movie and start doing things. And then so they bring him to see Ellen, and he walks into the room and he says, untie her at once. He's very indignant about the fact that they tied her up, even though it seems eminently reasonable, but it's just part of the movie's general sense that tying her up was like evil and misogynist, even though it wasn't.
When they're near the shore, or it wasn't a beach. No, I don't think it was a beach. It was just near an
I think it is
ocean
because they're on the coast of Germany, right? They're in a shipping town.
Yeah.
So I think the beach, yeah.
Don't I remember her literally falling to the ground and shaking?
Yeah, spreading her legs and acting like she's getting fucked in the middle of the surf. Yeah.
Right. So is it not reasonable to assume that if she's just normally standing up and then just falling to the ground and shaking, would she not hurt herself? Is it not reasonable to tie her up to prevent herself from hurting herself and others? It is.
It absolutely is.
Oh. It's just dumb.
Yeah, because the movie really wants you to think that they're doing something wrong by tying her to the bed, but everything that all that you're seeing shows you that actually this is probably the best option.
You should tie her to
you should tie her tighter, actually. I think that.
You should put her in a church and tie her up there. She seemed like she'd be pretty safe if you did that.
Needs to say the Hail Marys, yeah.
Mr. Redhead says Robert Eggers has said that he liked the story of a girl sacrificing herself in the original, but here's the thing: she doesn't die in the original.
According to Wikipedia, she does.
No, it doesn't.
Look it up. According to Wikipedia, she dies, and it's the her husband.
I'm reading a description on IMDb that says Ellen is found by Hutter the next morning, the two embracing as the horror is finally over.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look up the 1920. Let me read what it says on Wikipedia here. Ellen lives just long enough to be embraced by her grief-stricken husband, is what it says on Wikipedia.
And then she dies?
That's what it says.
Oh, okay. I forgot that part. I thought she...
I did not remember her doing that either. I did not read that as her about to die. I read that as he saves her at the end. But yeah, she lives long enough to be embraced by her grief-stricken husband, and then she dies. And that's the end of the original one. So, he did like the story of her sacrificing herself in the final, in the original, right? The problem is that in the original one, I'm almost positive they removed the religious iconography entirely, and it is, like Random Access Dreams was saying, more of a German folktale, where that's the way to solve the Nosferatu problem, right? That she has to allow herself to be fed on until the sun comes up, basically.
Okay, she did die in the original, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very different when you start incorporate, because this is, and I said to my girlfriend when I left the theater, this is simultaneously somehow the one of the better and the worst Dracula adaptation of the book, because they include a lot of things from the book that aren't included in many of the other adaptations that we've seen, but also it it doesn't use them, and it tries very hard to be the 1922 movie instead, because it's not Dracula, it's Nosferatu. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I'm still not a huge fan of the way it ends. I don't think he earns the ending, but it is like the original in that respect.
I think my major problem with it is that, okay, because the conundrum that Orlock is going to present to her, because later on he's going to try to turn her against her husband, and she's like, "No, you're a deceiver. You lie, you bitch, you lie." And then he's like, "Oh, well, you're rejecting me. That makes me very angry. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to kill everyone you love unless you agree to repledge your vow to me."
Yeah,
And then
he specifically says of your own free will, but hang on, you're kind of blackmailing
Yeah,
her.
this
So is
is
it still free will?
it's the same thing as like she can't be stolen. You're kind of stealing at the like you're committing, you're literally committing fraud. Like that's stealing.
so yeah, and so instead of finding another solution, she just kind of gives herself up. And it does feel, I mean, it's more virtuous than letting everyone else die, but you are winning by giving it exactly what it wants, and that feels really cheap and like giving up to me.
Especially when he puts other options in there, and
Exactly. And that's,
they
yeah.
just have
Yeah.
to choose to ignore them, basically.
Hmm.
So like yeah,
Yes.
that's really
So
the
that's
problem.
the ending. We've talked about the ending enough. I want to talk
Yeah.
about Ellen's character and everything we learn about her, because we get a decent bit in the scene where Defoe comes to visit her. We learned that she basically has shining powers. She knew the contents of Christmas gifts before she got them. She knew when her mother was going to die before she died, and these sort of abilities frightened her family. Right? She felt isolated from them. Like at one point, she says something. She kind of trails off before finishing the thought, but the implication is that her father became like, and her family members became frightened of her, and so they kind of isolated from her. They didn't, give her physical contact anymore. They were scared of her, and they were threatened to like put her in an insane asylum or something of the sort. Because and this is really vague, but there's some sort of implied episode she had where she was naked and something shameful happened and she kind of trails off. Not really clear what happened there, but she felt isolated from her family enough and, scared. And so she called out to whatever would listen for comfort. And what answered the call was a demon. And of course, it seemed all right at first, and it was even maybe a little pleasurable, but then it turned to torture. And then when she met Thomas and finally felt kind of love and intimacy and all that stuff in her life, those sort of fancies faded away, right?
So
Until Go ahead.
Thomas didn't have any idea of this
That
before
I'm
marrying
glad
her?
you mentioned that, because earlier in the movie, it's implied like this is something Thomas has been dealing with her for a long time. Like, this is just another one of her episodes. Don't tell anyone about this. We're putting this behind you. But then when she tells us the backstory, he wasn't around for any of that. And so you
Hmm.
would think when she tells him of this dream at the beginning of the movie, it would be a bit more surprising, unless the implication is she told him all about these dreams, even though they had passed when they met. You know what I mean? Um, Something about the way he reacts. If they stopped when she met him, then his reaction to her dream earlier on in the movie feels a little strange, because it almost seems like, oh, this again. We've dealt with so much of this already. I thought this was past us, but he wasn't there when she dealt with this stuff. You know what I mean?
That's
Yeah.
yeah. That's
It's a
just a
little
little. That's
thing.
just
Something.
a little thing, but like you don't expect it from him, right? Like he's usually very
Yeah.
tight with these things. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little thing, but I just found it a little strange. Um, And then at the end of talking to Willem Dafoe about this, she says, "Does evil come from within us or from beyond?"
I love that line. I really like that line.
I think it's a good line. I don't think the movie has a good answer for it.
Yeah.
But it is a good question, and I would like it if the movie explored it more meaningfully.
Yeah.
Because like when it comes up later, the only more flesh we get on this is when Orlock is talking to her. Like he appears in her room later, and she's like, "I felt you like a serpent inside my body," and he says, "That wasn't me. That was your nature." And she says, "Like that's like you're a horrible person to say that." And then they get into an argument. But so she's like, if this evil within me, I felt you, and he's like, that wasn't me, that was your own internal darkness. What do you think the movie concludes about that question? You guys have any thoughts about, because the question of does evil come from within us or from beyond, something of a thematic question. What do you think the movie has to say about it?
I don't think the movie
Both,
itself
maybe?
knows. I mean, the answer to the question is kind of both.
Yeah, and I
but-
mean that might be what the movie is trying to say, that like you can't blame all the evil that you partake in on the world. Some of it is going to be you, but at the same time your nature will affect or sorry, your nurture can drive your nature at times.
Yeah, I can talk about what I think the answer is.
Go
I
for
don't.
it. I don't.
Well,
have a clear idea.
The answer for myself, I was going to say, not for the movie, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the conclusion of the movie is ultimately, because of the way it ends. I would say, it feels a little bit like she gives into the darkness, and that's how they win. And a lot of my criticisms all come back to the ending, but ultimately, I'm not quite sure. I mean, both seems like like an obvious answer you might say if you were thinking about it and giving your own personal answer. But I don't feel like I learned a lot from the movie about that question, if that makes sense.
Oh, no, neither did I, definitely.
Ellen is sinless, to be honest. Fuck no, she isn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean that's not true.
Well, I don't. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Like she's definitely not sinless, but she also is. What did she do that brought Orlock upon them? Really, like she was kind of lonely, maybe a little horny, and she called out to like something with powers she didn't fully understand, and then accidentally brought it all upon herself and everybody who she would interact with in the future.
Well,
and then
you have to.
I guess
go ahead.
When presented with the bargain, she did agree to it, as opposed to rejecting it.
That's true.
I think that's kind of.
If you're thinking about it as like it's that this is also a representation both within and without of her inner, like of her darkness, right? That like in her isolation and loneliness, she embraced some sort of inner resentment, like the dream she has that she gets married to death and then her family is all dead. And we eventually learn that like she felt very isolated from her family because they were scared of her. It's like, and she was happy about them dying. It's like she clearly
she was harboring resentment towards them for isolating her, for cutting her out. Yeah.
And so, okay, so if you would think maybe then the movie could be about, in a sense, like coming to terms with recognizing that or paying for it or like acknowledging that, but ultimately it's like Orlock says like that wasn't me, that was your own inner darkness, and she's like no, and he's like, oh yeah, well I'm gonna kill everyone you love if you don't let me in, and then she lets him in. So I don't feel like she ever learned anything there.
I don't think that there's enough there to earn the cathartic self-sacrificial ending is basically it for her character, right? Like it's kind of just
like maybe if she learned that Orlock really not literally in the story, because he's obviously an agent doing things, but like if she learned that there was some darkness within her and that it isn't all coming from, it's not all a thing that's like persecuting her from the outside, then maybe the sacrifice could be better somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some acceptance of that.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Like there needs to be more meat on the bones on this. Like when she's talking with Orlock, she obviously makes like a snake metaphor, I suppose. You were like a serpent.
Yeah.
I suppose that's meant to be also a reflection on Adam and Eve talking to the snake, kind of thing. Like she
Mhm.
get the snake gets better of her, and she takes the forbidden fruit or whatever. But there's it's like right, but I don't feel like we see enough of her giving into that temptation. Like,
Yeah, here's the other thing. So, in question of like how sinless she is, and like I reacted pretty strongly to the idea that she's sinless because she says so many like
yeah, she's rude to
callous,
other
cruel
characters.
things,
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
She's like violently rude. Yeah.
and she's
It's-
very insufferable in a lot of respects, and she's selfish and all these sort of things, and so I really don't like her character. Now, the movie kind of plays fast and loose with how often she's possessed and when and why and whether because she kind of she's very clearly like bipolar, like a manic depressive type character in the logic of the story,
Mhm.
right? And so she pings pongs back and forth between. So the big scene for this is when she's with Thomas, and there's like she's angry at him for leaving, and then she turns like on a dime. She turns like very vindictively cruel and humiliating towards him, very unreasonably so. So like obviously she's being cruel
yes.
to her husband.
How
And
is she possessed? Is like yeah. Who knows?
is she
Or
possessed?
is
Because it's
and
it's
like
such an abrupt shift between how she was being seconds earlier that you're sort of forced to conclude like, oh well, that's Orlock. That's not really her. And
well,
so
but
it's
I mean, also, or is Orlock just removing her filter and making her say things that she would not ordinarily say to her husband out of like just being nice, or
it's the
like
flipping of a switch and the complete change in her demeanor, though. It's like I don't know. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know. Like
Uh,
it's almost impossible to answer the question definitively, and I think that is kind of a problem. Like just a bit.
It's so because she goes crazy in that scene with Harker, and then she's like, "Oh, like you'll never be able to please me the way he did." And then like she says such horrible things to him,
But then when
and
he
then
starts boning her, and she goes, "Well, let him watch, let him see," like is she?
and then she immediately goes back to like please, you have to help me, like get away from me, I'm unclean, like it's
wait,
it's
so there is a cut in that scene somewhere, and I thought that was implying is this nightmare kind of stuff, I suppose,
I
and
mean, this is all kind of a nightmare in a sense. So, but the question of so if we just assume that when she's in those manic states and she's ping ponging back and forth between being like oh like this all these horrible things are happening to me and then just actively being horribly cruel, like that's all her to a degree, and that she hasn't sort of like accepted her own inner darkness at all, such that she can like resolve it. She's just not accepting of it, so she just kind of like switches back and forth between these two things, almost like she's possessed by it sometimes.
hmm,
You would think maybe we could try to resolve that somehow, like that could be how we resolve it, when she kind of finally acknowledges that within
yeah.
herself. But
I
the
mean,
movie instead treats it like she's just possessed essentially, and this is all Orlock speaking, and really she's just a victim
I don't
of
know.
this.
I don't know that it
Maybe it
does.
doesn't.
yeah,
I
like
don't know.
I got it less as it was Orlock speaking through her, and more that Orlock would effectively remove her filter and let her tell the truth about how she feels about Orlock to Thomas. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because I mean, there's a difference between like someone puppeteering you and someone just getting you really drunk, and
right.
you end up saying things to your loved ones that you wouldn't normally say in front of them.
yeah, and the problem that I don't think it's very clear because of the way that we don't we don't really know how Orlock's power works. We don't know
Yes.
how much influence he has on any given moment in these scenes. We j- it's just muddying the waters and making it like very
Because she is
yeah
possessed in this scene.
like
Yeah.
in
When
In the
certain
logic
points she
of the
does, yeah.
story. Yeah.
when Van Helsing is Willem Dafoe is initially inspecting her. I think this was the first scene. I'm not entirely
When she
sure.
like rides up in that
Yeah,
extreme bridge
and
pose,
her
yeah.
yeah, and she kind of has a different voice towards the end and has like this whole monologue. And William Dafoe, scratches his chin and kind of trying to figure out what's exactly wrong with her. She does speak in a different voice, so we can assume that that's definitely not her. That's maybe Orlock speaking through her? Question mark.
Maybe. I don't know how definitive we can be. Is
Okay,
kind of
so
yeah.
I'll say this because obviously there's like the literal thing happening in the story, and then there's the sort of metaphor is not the right word for it, but sort of like
How about
what
Jungian
the
psychoanalysis?
yeah,
How
like
do you feel about
what
that?
this all represents. Like obviously Orlock and what she says while possessed by Orlock is her to a degree. So it's the answer is both, right?
Yeah.
But then the movie does very little with that, I would say. Like there's no attempt to resolve that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think it does I don't think it does enough to really like warrant a deeper dive, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's very confused in what it's going for there, and I don't, along with everything else that we've talked about it, I don't think that it gets at the meat of the subject, really.
Yeah, someone mentions the Mina hypnosis scenes from the book, but those are very different. Those are yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so okay, so does evil come with it from within or without? Um, it's both. This movie has her actually being possessed and saying things she would never normally say, and obviously you can interpret it as like how she really feels or how a darker part of her that she refuses to acknowledge is part of her feels, and so that's what he represents in a way. But like it all comes down to the lack of any sort of resolution or acknowledgement of that, because ultimately what we get in the movie is this climactic scene of her being incredibly cruel and abusive and dark to her husband, and there's never any sort of like apology for it or acknowledgement of it.
Mm.
And like because the movie's logic is almost like she's just being possessed and it's not really her fault, and then she's just being possessed by this thing um because what happens
Yeah.
afterward is he's like, no, I won't leave you, like it's not your fault you're like this, and it's like, well, isn't it
Oh,
though?
good-natured
Isn't it a
guy.
little bit like, isn't it well it but is it like, was she under the sway of the vampire's shadow when she swore the eternal oath, or wasn't she? And like who knows, we
Okay,
don't, like,
yeah,
and even it, like, yeah, we don't.
basically, because what you get are scenes of her being awful to the people around her, and I'm like, I don't like this character at all, and she never comes around. Because I think because her final thing to her husband, like letting him think he's being heroic and helping, but really it's just a distraction to get him out of the house. Like that's pretty cruel as well. And then
Yeah.
your solution is just to kill yourself, essentially. And it's like so no one else gets hurt. And it's like I don't feel like we we resolved that problem. The movie sets up a problem and then just doesn't give us a resolution to it. And
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm with
I
you on
think
that
that's
one.
lame.
And in regards to the there's been some talk about Jungian psychoanalysis in the chat as being like the most effective way, I guess would be the word, to read this movie. I don't, it's not doing enough, man. Like even with a Jungian psychoanalysis perspective, it's not doing enough to like actually make up for the other things included in the movie that just don't get paid off.
Yeah.
If you have to ignore those things that you included in order to make your Jungian psychoanalytic metaphor work, it's not a very good Jungian psychoanalytic metaphor. It's just, you know,
I agree. Yeah, we already talked about the scene where Orlock appears and he he pits the husband against her, and he says that actually that snake writhing in your body, that was you, not me. And she's like, "You're mean, you're a liar. You don't say that." And then so she says, "I abhor you." And that makes him very angry, and he says, "Oh yeah, I'm going to kill everyone you love."
Unless you agree to me of your own free will.
I'm going to kill everyone you love, and you have 3 days to decide that actually you're going to get married to me. And then horrible things start happening to other people. So Anna, the friend, she falls ill, and
she gets bit by rats. She
gets bit by rats. She wakes up in the morning, and of course Friedrich is like, "This isn't a vampire. These are plague rats causing these problems." And
yeah, but he watched the whole exorcism scene where she spoke in like a different voice and writhed around and almost levitated off the bed. Like it.
Well,
I was really interested in his character. Like, okay, what happens to this very reasonable Enlightenment era character when he's thrust into this world? Does he sink or swim with this new reality that he's faced? How does he deal with it? The movie kind of does little of it, and I was kind of disappointed by it.
He dies in like the most anticlimactic, like sad sack kind of way. I don't know, man. Like that really pissed me off when he died the way he dies. When his kids die the way they die. So like we're gonna fast forward a little bit here, right? But like his wife gets the plague, and then he gets hypnotized into staying asleep through his daughter's murder and his wife's murder because she runs upstairs.
Wow.
Like he can just yeah.
See, I need to call up Count Orlock. Like I'd like that kind of sleep too. You know, just sleeping through multiple people's death.
No matter what. Like your daughters are fucking screaming their heads off, and they're like, but he can hypnotize him into doing that, and then he kills both daughters and the wife, and he's so distraught by this that he refuses to see Van Helsing at like standing near his wife's funeral until Thomas reveals the bite mark on his chest that must correspond to the ones on his family, right? And even still, he ends up like even still with all that with that, right? Like that convincing him that all of this occult nonsense is real, he ends up dying of the plague a couple scenes later. Like that's it. That's all we get. That's it.
Oh, so yeah, it's like, oh, all you get is a tragic story, and I'm like, oh, so because it's just like you see this harrowing death of the children and the wife, and it's just like, okay, this is incredibly sad. How are you gonna use this, Robert? Come on.
And doesn't
and it's just like, oh no, you just end it like that. Oh,
he like allows them an audience basically, but when he hears what they're talking about, he goes, "You guys are fucking crazy," and like leaves, and then catches the plague and dies. Right? Isn't that how that goes? Essentially,
yeah. In a carriageway, yeah, he hears them out.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I really did not like that at all.
It gives, hey, it's the theme. Give in to the depression. Give in to the evil. It fits with the ending.
That's the message of the movie, yeah, basically.
So, and the last like major scene regarding Friedrich is the one where Ellen yells at him, and I hate it. So, for example, she's sick. Anna is dead, right? Anna's dead at this point, or she's sick? No, I think she's still sick.
She's sick, and they're getting ready to leave, and he says, "You have to get out of my house," basically.
Okay, well, it's even worse than that, Hugh. So Ellen is like, "Look, clearly the vampire is attacking her. You need to go see Dr. Von Franz." And he's like, "No, this isn't supernatural. This is the plague. And like get out of my house because clearly you've brought evil into it. I need you to leave now."
Yeah, bit of a contradiction there.
Well,
a little bit because like a little bit because he's
I mean, like he's kind of saying that no, it's the plague, so totally scientific explanation, but also you brought bad juju in here.
A little bit.
Little
yeah.
But also, it's like she's brought nothing but like hardship and annoyance to them. So I don't know if.
I mean, yeah, he would have been totally justified in kicking her out like 5 scenes ago, easily.
Yeah, yeah. So he kicks her. He finally
did not
kicks
have
her
to
out.
tie her to the bed to stop her from ripping his guest room to shreds, but he did because he's not a bad guy.
So she's like, "Get out," and then instead of going to Von Franz herself, which is something she can do at any time, remember, she like chimps out at him for not going to Von Franz, and it's like, just go yourself. And then and he will go to him anyway, so this is all pointless. But she yells at him, and then he's like, "Don't talk to me that way. Like, where on earth do you get off talking to me that way?" And she's like, "You never liked me," and I'm like, "I don't like you."
I don't like you.
Well, especially if I were him, I'd be like, excuse me, where have you been staying for the past several weeks?
They've been taking care of you.
I've
been
literally
feeding you?
I called you a fucking doctor, dude.
I feel like you haven't been going to the grocery store and getting yourself food, so that food you're eating also me, for the record.
It's like, you are my best friend's wife. Of course, I'm gonna treat you with some kind of respect. Don't pretend like all this tying up was just because.
Oh my god! I just remembered his wife is pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a quadruple kill for Orlock there. Yeah.
Well, technically, because he gets him with the plague is Orlock too. So like,
okay.
he got the full penta.
I think
and so it's like, why have you always hated me? You never liked me. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then, because it's even worse, she's yelling at him, and then she basically, I think one of the last things she yells is like, "You didn't have to tie me up," and it's like, yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
They absolutely.
Yeah.
You tied me up. It's like, yeah, obviously,
you crazy bitch. Yes, I did.
I think we.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think we missed a part. There's one thing I wanted to mention about Von Franz. I don't know when exactly in this, but Ralph Innes, the doctor, he arrests. Well, he hears about Renfield, right, from people who work for him.
Yeah, they arrest him, put him in the cell in the basement, and the Cockney asylum orderly, I suppose you would call him.
Yeah,
talks about how he was eating sheep raw at a Christmas market.
Mm-hmm. Yep, all that, and then Ralph Innes visits him directly. He gives that monologue, right? I'm getting the order of events here, right? Then when he meets Von Franz, he doesn't tell him about Renfield immediately. I'm pretty sure this was before Renfield was still locked in a cage when Ralph met up with William Dafoe. I'm pretty sure. Why didn't he tell him immediately? There's this creepy guy who's into occult.
He escapes quickly.
I mean, and also, I mean, he works in an asylum, so he might not necessarily immediately make the connection.
Well, no, hold on. The reason that he's visiting Von Franz is because this guy who he arrested said the same thing in his mania that Ellen did the night before. So this is the only reason that he's coming to him is because he heard two lunatics say the same thing within 24 hours, basically.
Right. And
so
I remember William Dafoe
mentioned it if he didn't.
Yeah, and not William Dafoe hears him talking about Renfield, and he's like, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I must get to this man immediately," or something.
He does say something like that. Yeah.
The problem is he tells Aaron Taylor Johnson before. He tells Friedrich before Willem Dafoe's even brought into it that they both said the same thing in their mania. And then when we get to Willem Dafoe, he just forgets to tell him.
Yeah.
And so Willem Dafoe's like, why didn't you tell me about this?
Yeah. That bugs me. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like an important thing to mention for sure.
Yeah. Also an important thing to mention. Topaz Dude is saying that he's heard people say that all these quote, I'm going to put this in quotes, small writing mistakes by Robert Eggers are present in all his movies. You've only noticed it here because you didn't like this one.
No. I mean, I know, and Topaz, I know you're not saying that, but absolutely not. This has significantly more problems and like muddiness and lack of clarity and sloppiness than any of his other movies.
Any of them. By far,
Oh
this
yeah,
is the
by
worst
far. I
of
mean,
his
there's
writing outputs.
And
the
from
next
what
is
I
the Northman. The Northman has small problems, but this is way
Staggering.
worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
I like the Northman a lot.
Yeah, the Northman.
One of my
had-
favorite movies.
Yeah, same. It's like Norse Conan.
I
it's
think it's probably my favorite of his movies that I watched. I really didn't like Lighthouse. I only survived an hour of that.
Aw, dude.
I haven't
Well,
seen The Witch.
You're wrong to have that opinion, but that's okay. No, I really
No,
like
no,
the
no.
Lighthouse.
The Lighthouse.
Well,
I also really like
Lighthouse
the
is
Lighthouse.
really good. It's very weird, but it's quite good.
It sure is.
Two dudes get
Anyway.
drunk together on a lighthouse and they go
I
crazy.
actually I went to see Lighthouse in the theater and I got like normal seats that I would get, but then when I saw the aspect ratio of the movie, I'm like, you know what? And then I moved up to like the second row in the front section, and honestly, it was the best decision I could have possibly made. It was such a cool experience.
Yeah. Oh, I love
Hmm.
that movie.
Yeah.
This movie not as much. The next scene after she yells at Friedrich, or like one of the next scenes after she yells at Friedrich, even though there's no good reason to. See, this is the thing. I don't think the movie is quite aware of how unlikable she is. When she's saying the horrible things to Thomas in the next scene, there's like a, oh, she's possessed. And sure, you can believe that the writer knows that what she says while possessed is kind of a reflection of her dark side of herself. Sure. But when she's talking to Friedrich, she's not possessed. She's just being unreasonable and rude to him for no good reason, even though he's been nothing but kind to her. So it's like, I don't know why I'm supposed to like you, but I really don't. And we resolved the story without you ever addressing all these horrible things you say to people. So no,
I just feel like with fumbling through the plot and making conflicts when it doesn't really need to take place. Say if I forget the actress's name because I can't remember her character name, Rose Depp. Say she never has this argument, never brings it up. She doesn't have the falling out with Frederick. What?
Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Is the answer.
I don't know. I don't think anything changes. No,
because
Yeah, it
because
just makes us like her a little less.
Friedrich is going to talk to von Franz anyway. All that happens is she gets kicked out of his house, but ultimately that doesn't really factor into anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of like in this middle of the movie and ending, there's a lot of like walking around, characters interacting, and it's just like, guys, but how do we kill Nosferatu? Come on, you know, it's a bit annoying to watch.
Yeah. Someone asked how much is of her unlikability is her performance. I mean, I don't love her performance. It's okay in parts, but it's all the writing for me.
Yeah, her performance, it fits the other performances in the movie. I don't think she was bad. I think that actually she has a couple scenes where she's quite good, but she's overacting through most of it. But also so is everyone else. So I can't really blame her for that.
Yeah, and I don't think someone like even if it was an actress that was like unbelievably charming, I don't think I would be sold by the things she's saying to people. You know, I just don't. Okay, so we already talked at length about the scene with Thomas, but the basic arc of it is she's mad at him for going on this trip and bringing this all upon them, even though this was all started by her, to be clear. She's mad at him for going on this trip. Like, why did you leave me? All this stuff. They're getting into an argument.
Yeah, wait, he wouldn't have even gone on the trip
if she didn't awaken
the demon.
Yeah.
I mean, in her defense, she doesn't know that when he leaves.
Does she? She does have a line that's
she? A little bit. Like,
question mark.
When is she told that he was asleep forever until she woke him up?
Right when it happens. Right at the beginning. That is right at the beginning.
Oh wait, yeah, I guess you're right. She does kind of know where he's going. So yeah, no, never mind. I was wrong about that.
Okay, but here's the weird thing. So she makes that initial pact with him, and then years pass. Eventually, she marries the guy, Thomas, and then it goes away, and then it comes back again. I'm not quite sure what brings it back again. I don't think that's ever made clear. She just has a dream. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, why does it go away when she meets Thomas and then come back after their honeymoon?
I mean,
I think that like he is like once there's another guy in the picture, the demon is like, wait, what the hell? You promised yourself to me. Why have you married someone
But
else?
he was in the picture from before the honeymoon. It doesn't happen until after the honeymoon that it all comes back. It disappears at the beginning when she meets him as soon as there's another guy in the picture.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's mad at him for going on the trip because she asked him not to, and he did. And then he's like, I did this for us. And it's like, why? So we can afford nice things? That doesn't matter. And it's like, it sounds like he doesn't have a lot of money at all. So it sounds like he does need the money, actually.
So we can afford to live? How dare you?
Yeah, it sounds like they're in debt and all sorts of stuff. Anyway, so she's mad at him for that. And then at one point, her demeanor completely changes. And then she's, bragging about, fucking this demon and how he was better than her, and then it gets really sexual, and then he hate fucks her for a little bit until she says something.
She says like, screams, let him see, and then
he's like,
wait
a
minute,
like
I don't like that.
And then she's like, I'm so sorry, please help me, please don't leave me, or like, it's the opposite, like, you need to leave me, I'm unclean. And he's like, never. And I'm like, nah, maybe you should.
Maybe bail.
Thomas, get out of there.
Take the out.
There's a hard cut between the fucking and Nicholas Hoult saying, no, you're not yourself, making me think that the previous thing was kind of nightmare-ish.
No,
I suppose.
I feel like that happened. But also the I think the idea of like saying like I'm unclean, you should get away, to like, and then him saying never, like, honestly, that's a pretty reasonable thing for a husband to say about a wife.
Yeah, I grew to like him more. Like, oh, look at him just trying to make best with the things that he has.
I mean, yeah, he's willing to go through hell for the woman he loves. Like that's pretty reasonable, I think. Like,
it's a shame the movie does nothing with it.
Just like blatant embarrassment coming from her. So like,
yeah.
Yeah, no.
I respect the idea of him wanting to go through hell for the woman he loves, but I'm like, I don't know why you love her exactly. I don't.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the movie's fault. More than the characters.
I'm like, Thomas, you can do better, buddy.
Yeah. Don't give me a hero here just to do what you do at the end of the movie with the hero. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Come on.
Yeah. There are parts of this movie where I was just like, going back into my center seat, and I was just like, oh boy. Especially with the scene. I think we're getting into the kids scene, I suppose, next, right?
Something like that. Let's see. They have their whole scene, and so here's a point of praise for the movie because I don't want to be all negative. I like that it had the balls to kill the kids.
Yes.
Yes, there was foreshadowing. Yeah, there was foreshadowing in it, I suppose, with the kids saying there's a monster in the beginning, I think, right?
Yeah, Nosferatu and Terrifier 3 or the two Christmas
now here's
films.
So the kids are talking about how there is a monster in the closet and they can hear him breathing. And I've seen quite a few people in the chat talking about how clearly the kids were being haunted by Orlock from the start. Do we like that?
I suppose it's Chekhov's gun in a sense, but does it make sense?
You could also,
no?
I mean, you could make it seem like, especially like with what people were saying about the fairy tale influence, you could maybe make it the idea that children are able to sense things like demons that adults have just sort of grown out of being able to perceive. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. In that what you just said, I don't really have a problem with it. It's fine because also he's.
If we talk about Orlock as a character though, with like the specific motivations, is he like is he?
That. Yeah, I don't know.
Why is he like haunting those kids specifically?
I don't know. Maybe he
knows
fuck
them.
Yeah,
that's why.
They're his ladies' friends, like kids. So.
Now maybe it's not actually him, right? Let's just like somebody saying like that it was just foreshadowing. Like maybe it's just an excuse.
Yeah,
like I don't know. Like
let's not do that.
Like when you see real monsters, they kill you. Don't worry, kids. You'll know a real monster when you see it.
But,
like, I mean,
bit of a
Orlock is-
tangent, but Metal and I recently did an episode on the 1995 comedy Major Pain, and the kid is upset that he thinks he has a monster in his closet, and Damon Wayans just goes up to the closet and just unloads a 1911 into it, and he's like, the kid's like, "Is he still there?" And he's like, "Well, if he is, he ain't happy."
I got a comment in the chat that says, "Holy hell, talk about misreading a scene." All right, use your words and offer a better interpretation. Go ahead. You can do it. You can use your words. You can type them out. You can send them in the chat. Let us know.
What scene are they talking about?
I don't know,
Okay.
but clearly we did a horrible job interpreting it, and they're going to use their words and tell us how we ought to interpret it.
Wait,
Can't wait.
which scene?
Oh, I don't know. One of the ones we
Maybe-
were just talking about.
Maybe
Can't
the
wait to
kids
find
scene.
out.
Right,
I think it was
so-
before that, but
Right.
Look, we're
Yeah,
we're all fine with child murder. Like that's
No, I
all of
think
us
we're
are
talking
okay with that. Like,
There's one of the previous scenes. What we got so horribly wrong about it, I suppose we'll know in due time.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see a horror movie where they're willing to kill children, because there's so many where they aren't.
Have you
And-
seen the film Terrifier 3?
No, but I imagine
no.
they have no such qualms.
buckle up. Oh yeah.
I imagine they have no problem doing that in a movie like Terrifier 3. It shows that the movie is not afraid to go there, that I appreciate, because when movies refuse to do it, even though there's like ample reason and opportunity, it just like, oh, you're just not willing to get as dark as you need to. And so
Yeah.
I like that it happened in this. I was like, oh, okay, that's
Not
the
not
movie's
to
got some teeth.
not to sound morbid, but you can use this as a writer, the child murder to its full, and it's not all just for shock and horror. It's
Well,
actually I suppose it did serve as shock and horror, because ultimately don't really use it.
the trick to that kind of content too is not being what would be the word for it, explicit about it. Like, because like I think an implied child death still gets under people's skins, where if you try to go like exploitative with it, it really creeps people out in a much more in a much less enjoyable way, where it's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, that definitely was horrible, but I also had to see that, and I don't like seeing stuff like that, really.
Yep.
Yeah, Silhouettes is best.
I didn't know the wife died as well. I assumed
Not all of them are
the
dead.
kids.
All of them are
Yeah.
dead.
She sees Orlock do that to her kids, and then we cut to black, and then she's also dead.
And she
And
screams.
that's heavy.
And then it's
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we see her in the graveyard.
I would assume like Orlock would go for her next later on. Not immediately go on a killing spree. Like he'd kill people one by one, kind of thing.
He only has one more day to go, though. Yeah.
Was it one more day to go? Oh, okay.
That was day
Yeah, I
two.
think-
Yeah, because day one is when
It's the warning.
Lucy gets bit by the plague rats.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's heavy per funeral casket just to 3 people. No, yeah, that sucks.
Relatively quick funeral because it's only 3 days. You know.
Yeah, so they're at the funeral. Well, you got to get those bodies in the ground if they're plague ridden.
That's
well,
I mean, set them on fire.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah, they do.
Cremation probably would be the better bet. That happens later, though.
Yeah. So they're at the funeral. Friedrich is not happy about seeing Willem Dafoe there. He yells at him, and then Thomas is like, "No, the evil is real. Look at my scar." And then that's enough to get him in the car. And he's not happy about it, but he is there in the car having the conversation with the Scooby Gang about what they need to do.
What they intended to do, yeah.
Yeah, or what they intend to do better.
Yeah, and I'm like, finally, we're discussing ways to kill it. You know, an actual plan of action instead of just fumbling around. What are they going to do? And I was eagerly listening to this part, and yeah.
So they say like we have to kill tonight, and then what's her name? Ellen says like, "Let me come with you," and he's like, "No, you must be kept safely away." And then we'll eventually learn that this is kind of all a ruse to get him to think he's being noble to go fight the thing, but really it's all about her. And I think this is especially more insulting because it strikes me as a really shallow sort of like feminist critique of Dracula, because in Dracula, the male characters are often trying to keep Mina and Lucy away, or especially Mina away from like the worst evil, because she like they're trying to protect her, and in the book it's a good thing. But this feels like a subversion of that in a way that reads a bit. I hope I'm not reading too much into it. Like the movie thinks that there's something sort of insultingly paternalistic about that, and I find that kind of gross, actually. I don't like this attitude where it's like, oh, he's a bad person, or he's being sort of like condescending for trying to protect her.
At its best, it's condescending to the male character trying to, I don't know, save the woman that he loves from a horrible, horrible fate of being eaten alive, basically, by a sex monster. It's at best it's very condescending in that regard, and we've also kind of set him up as like somebody who like he doesn't. We've set him up in a very heroic position, right? Because she's berated the shit out of him in the past couple of scenes, and he has like not turned from her side despite her kind of being a bitch. So like, this makes me mad. I don't like the way this. I do not like the way the rest of this movie goes. Yeah. For it to end the way, so they discuss it, and he has his whole plan of action.
Hold on, I forgot a detail here because I think it just compounds my problem with the ending. So she's asking for advice, and he says, "Hold on, I just want to get this right." She says, "Yet my spirit cannot be as evil as his." And he says, Willem Dafoe says to her, "We must know evil to be able to destroy it." This goes to like what we think the theme ought to have been. He says, "We must discover it within ourselves. And when we must crucify the evil within us, or there is no salvation," right? And so I'm like, yeah, that's it, dog. That story is about Mina, or not Mina, her name is Ellen. Realizing that, the darkness within her, like that Orlock is in some sense the darkness within her that she's refused to accept or realize,
Yeah.
But then her response and the movie's conclusion is her saying, "We need no salvation. My entire life, I've done no ill but heed my nature." And Willem Dafoe does not correct that.
What?
Is
it right to heed one's nature? What? What?
I think maybe like I don't think I caught that exactly, because I think that might have affected my ability to think that, oh yeah, she's like voluntarily self-sacrificing by basically pulling a ruse on Orlock, being like, yeah, I'm totally here. Don't worry, we can hang out here all night.
That
until you
I don't need salvation because I've never done any ill in my life but heed my nature. And then he says, then he'll come to it. "I fear no sorority will be superfluous to any of our iron stakes. I'm convinced only you have the faculty to redeem us." So he doesn't correct that. He says the true thing. She says, "Nuh-uh, I've never done anything wrong except be who I am." And he's like, "Yeah, you're right. You can save us."
I mean, like, I don't know, like, was he alluding to the like Anya Taylor-Joy's character in The Witch, where it's like, it turns out the best thing for you to do is just become a witch. Oh, spoilers.
Is that the best? Is that the best thing? Really?
Well, I mean, it worked out for her and not for the rest of her family.
And live deliciously.
Live.
What you just said
didn't work out for her poor brother. Brothers.
Or
Cap.
sister.
What you just said, like when William Dafoe talks about crucifying it, because I really wanted to like him. I also really liked his line much earlier in the film where he's arguing with Aaron Taylor Johnson that to face evil, to fight with it, we first must acknowledge that it exists. Because he's trying to convince them that these supernatural things are real, and I kind of really like that conflict as a setup. And okay, now we've acknowledged that yes, the evil exists. What do you say to that, William Dafoe? We're saying crucify it. Okay, sounds good. So we're staking the son of a bitch. Are we not? And it's just no, not really.
Are we having her acknowledge that all the horrible things she's saying while possessed as Orlock is, in a sense, like her darkest desires and wishes that she's made a pact with? So the person who said we totally misread the scene basically said that, like, oh, everything she said at this point is her, and then everything else she said at this point.
After she looks out the window, everything she says is influenced by Orlock. She manages to break through in
moments. Yeah,
in
so
moments. She tells Thomas to take her and show Orlock our love. They bang out a quickie. That's not what
happened.
They bang out a quickie until she seizes again when Thomas reaffirms she is not unclean, like she said. So we didn't woefully misread it. We were just a little confused about which part was Orlock and which wasn't.
I mean,
also none of this has any meaning if those aren't partly things that she actually feels deep down.
I also don't even know that Thomas necessarily says you're not unclean. He just says that, like, yeah, you being unclean is not going to push me away because I love you.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, and also if what's actually happening in the scene is that she's getting fully possessed by something completely outside of her that's just puppeting her mouth to say things that she doesn't feel at all, then it really takes away meaning from the scene, not the other way around.
But it's a Jungian psychoanalytic.
Well, that would be denying the Jungian part. and then
it's crazy you keep saying that. Like, I'm actually in the middle of reading Modern Man in Search of a Soul, and I don't think I'm far enough in it to really add much to that.
That's a good book. But Willem Dafoe comes along and basically offers that the correct reading, only for her to be like, well, I've never done anything wrong because I've just heeded my nature, so I don't need salvation. That feels like it sums up everything I hate about the ending. So we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, I think I have read enough in to know that, like, one of the big points in the initial chapters is that dreams are not just random fanciful things. They are sort of you and you kind of understanding things and organizing things in a way that does have significance to your actual life. It's not just flights of fancy.
Yeah. I find that dreams just are very reliant on your emotions. What you're feeling during the day.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I think they're little abstract stories for you to make sense of, essentially. Mm-hmm. But so, yeah, she's like, no, I don't need salvation. I've never done anything wrong. He's like, I think you're the only one with the faculty to save us. And then he says, in the past, you might have been even a great priestess of Isis. Yet in this
somebody mentioned that priestesses of Isis, there's a theory that maybe they were also sort of prostitutes, and that he might be alluding to something like that.
Oh,
I mean, I didn't get that at all. I kind of thought it was like basically saying, like, yeah, you might have been a witch if you were in one of my movies a couple movies ago.
He says,
I just think of the other Isis, the black flag, but
Yeah. So he says, in heathen times, you might have been a priestess of Isis, yet in this strange and modern world, your purpose is greater. You are our salvation. And then she cries a single tear, and she says, thank you. It's like, I don't think, this isn't true. Fundamentally, like I don't think any of this.
Like, again, I think though that it being true or not depends on how her abilities factored into Orlock being killed at the end, as opposed to just spiriting away with her and like becoming immortal forever and destroying the world.
I should clarify when I mean true. I'm talking like thematically here. Like,
oh, okay.
I just don't think the message that we are being offered here is true. I think it's a bad message.
Yeah. William Dafoe is just basically telling her, end yourself.
Well,
with that meme, I'm just imagining it. Yeah.
No. He's basically saying, like, he's basically affirming that she is not. She did nothing wrong
except heed her nature.
Except to heed her nature. And so she'll have to sacrifice herself to save the world because there's nothing anybody else can do. All of it is just an exercise in, I suppose, toxic patriarchy.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Here's the thing. It's even worse than that, Hugh, because he just said with his whole chest that the only way to like defeat evil is to crucify it within ourselves. He gives this rather impassioned and well-spoken, articulated view of the way he views evil and how to save us, and he uses the word salvation like he means it. And then she says, "Nuh-uh," and he says, "Yeah, you're probably right."
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, bending to her. Yeah.
Do you not believe anything you just said? Like, what? Why shouldn't this have been an argument? Like, why?
Yeah. When I was being very charitable when I was watching this in the cinema, I suppose.
I don't think I remembered that scene.
I remembered part of it, but not all of it. I think I was tuned out for that part because I was like, let's get to the conclusion here. Let's go.
I guess when I was watching it, someone said the word sinless in that conversation, and I was thinking like, oh, are they making Mary connections here or Christ connections as well with self-sacrifice and all? And I was like, dude, you were being so charitable when you were watching that. Like, no, it isn't at all. It's actually a lot more of the opposite.
I don't think the full weight of that conversation hit me when I watched it because, first of all, it doesn't flow naturally. Like I said, he doesn't respond the way he ought to that. It's like almost like they're talking past each other. But he does kind of casually drop this very disagreeable notion into the movie here, and I don't think I even noticed it the first time. So anyway, they go off on their crusade to do the noble thing, but it's just a ruse to get the boys out of the house. Ultimately, they burn all the bodies and everything. He's like, no, I'll not wait till morning. This is important. We're gonna do this, and then. What's the last thing Willem Dafoe says? Because this is when I really realized I hated Willem Dafoe's character too.
Yeah,
they go to find the grave, and who's in it? Oh, it's not Orlock. It's Herr Knock, the Renfield stand-in.
Yeah, I was like wondering, dude, where the hell were you throughout the entire thing? Like, just sleeping here? The fuck?
What are you doing here, buddy?
I thought he was gonna go after Nicholas Hoult. Like, yeah.
He was going to be the King of France. He just
like
he didn't.
What was Orlock's
honor?
Yikes!
What was Orlock's last conversation with Renfield, stand-in Renfield? Like, I'm pretty sure I got the impression at least that he was going to send him somewhere to do a certain task, and he did shit all throughout the movie. Just get killed.
The last conversation he has when Orlock first arrives, and Renfield brings him to the ruined house, and then he talks about how, like, oh yeah, the lawyer survived, the real estate agent survived, and he goes, well, I'll kill him for you if you want. That's what you want. No. I can still use him. It's like, okay, well, like, command me, let me do something. He goes, you are annoying me, go away. That's the last thing I remember them talking about.
Yeah.
It's the last time he's on screen.
I think so.
So wait. So he just stays put in the ruins and what?
Hamps out.
Scratches his ass, picks his nose. Yeah, gets the coffee. Puts his legs up.
Doesn't he cackle and burn the place?
That's what Willem Dafoe does.
That's what Willem Dafoe does at the end.
Oh wait, who are we talking about then?
We're talking about Renfield. Knock.
The
Herr Knock, the guy who set this whole thing up.
Yeah, there's all I remember from that final scene he has with Orlock is that Orlock chastises him. He's like, "Give me something to do," and he's like, "I don't owe you anything. You're annoying me. Go away."
No. It's like he really wants to do something. Like, even if Orlock doesn't tell him to do anything, I still at least got the impression that he would still do something beneficial for Nosferatu.
You would think so. At least he would run around killing folks or something,
Causing chaos,
yeah, sure. Like putting rats into places that people are trying to keep them out.
He could have killed Aaron Taylor Johnson, who was trying. If Aaron Taylor Johnson was trying to help anything,
like, even if, let's say, I don't know, Renfield does something stupid like that makes Orlock's plans more difficult, he'd think that he's helping Nosferatu. He'd do something. It's just that his inaction is just unjustifiable. I
Well,
don't buy it at all.
like his inaction doesn't really hurt Orlock either, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think at
No,
this
it's
point,
just yeah.
at this point, the plan's underway. So
Yeah, all that's especially strange about it, I think, is what he's saying is that he doesn't do anything. He just like what sits here the whole time. Like
Well,
obviously
I mean,
he
like somebody in the chat says, Orlock had no use for him. He sold his soul and was rejected, so it's not shocking that he had an existential crisis in a coffin. I don't think I agree with that, honestly. I really don't.
Maybe he just hopped in the coffin because he wants to be like Orlock. He's like, oh.
No,
he's LARPing. Yeah, he's LARPing as a vampire. Yeah.
He's full on naked, drawing pentagrams,
Blade,
writing blood ink.
His ultimate ambition has just been closed off from him, and his response is to hide in a coffin until such a time
I don't buy that.
as the movie needs to use him as a reveal.
It's a twist, yeah.
Sort of. But we already knew that wasn't going to happen. We already
make
set
him
the whole
do
thing up.
anything at all. Like even if
he's there to make it more interesting than the coffin just being dirt. Like they actually have someone to stab.
Yeah, I mean it's not a big deal. It is a little strange
because he disappears. Well, and because it's a little strange, and it's also a little bit of it's a bit of a letdown because of the way that it works in the book, where the rejection causes a response because Renfield is a character in the book, not just a prop for the movie to use in the third act.
Yeah. Because in the other one, he decides to help them. He tries to help them.
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck? Like, this is bullshit. And so he kind of tries to turn around on it. In this instance, he goes and hangs out in a coffin for no, it's not good. You're wrong. Yeah. It's not good. You're wrong.
Trayvon Washington says Trayvon Washington asks, did he poop in the coffin or did he get out to go?
Allegory for depression, I guess. That if once you
give in to your depression, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, you just want to crawl into a coffin and die, kind of thing.
See, if all stories happened like that, it wouldn't be a story. Needs to take risks.
There we go. He might be keeping the dirt warm because being undead is cold. There you go.
Well, we can agree there's no solid reason. It's just Nock continuing to be a strange person.
Yeah.
Or no solid reason that we can think of, right? Because
a strange person and not a particularly influential character, I would say. Kind of a.
It's weird because it was he basically set up a lot of the film. He's the reason
he's
why.
important for Act 1.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They just don't know what to do with him by the end, so this is what happens. He kind of disappears for a while and then ends up in the coffin.
He lets us have the vampire staking scene. Makes it so that Nicholas Hoult gets to kill something, damn it.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a shame because it's I guess I think Hugh and Cap said about it earlier that in the book it's more the book kind of cuts it short as well, just like this film, but it's more interesting to see your characters fight your main villain. All of this setup of this Dracula, of this monster, just okay, do we fight him necessarily? In what way? And that's kind of more, I guess, in a way, satisfying to see. I don't think.
Yeah, I think
the way they kill them is satisfying.
I don't think the way that any of the characters end in this version of it is a particularly satisfying conclusion because he gives us a lot of different. It doesn't feel like this is the inevitable ending, right? It feels like they miss a lot of very obvious opportunities to go in a different direction, and they don't do it. So his random access in the chat is saying even Stoker didn't know what to do with Renfield. He just kind of kills Renfield off in the third act, but he gives him a way to redeem himself. He gives him a way back, right? He does affect something later. Like he's betrayed, and so he tries to turn on the Count, and
Yeah, he
he
does
ends up
something.
dying. He does something. He doesn't just sit in a coffin and wait to be staked in the heart. That's really that's a big difference in effectiveness of your character. You know, like, it's not the same.
Yeah. No, it's definitely weird. I forgot what I wanted to say. There's something else that I wanted to mention, but um, no, it completely slipped my mind. Damn it. Um,
Well, I mean, we're at the part. We're at the point. The climactic conclusion of the film, right? Where
oh yeah, I
we
remember now.
We have actually already talked about this scene quite a bit too.
yeah,
Yeah.
we've been coming back
See,
to it a lot. But yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking that Nicholas Hoult, because he's not incredibly far away from his house. I mean that's what I'm led to believe.
Oh,
So
how
I
long
thought
it
he
takes
was
him to get back.
yeah, and I was thinking he'd put a stake through him. He would kill him. But then it's like, oh no, wait, it's been long enough for sunlight. How long has this been happening? It just makes me question the length of time. Like, time is definitely being played around with a lot in this scene. Like,
Well, I mean, also remember they don't have cars too, so and like
Yeah.
Well, he has to
they
think,
did
yeah.
have to take a boat to, like down the river to get there. So like, I mean, I could believe that the estate could be a few hours from where they live, like by travel by foot, carriage, or rowing.
yeah, I maybe you're right.
Maybe,
But
maybe, yeah. Like it's
it does depend at what time they got at the manor. Like what because is it it's winter, right? It is winter.
it's Christmas. It's Christmas.
Christmas. So okay, so the Christmas Day is the longest time. Crap, I forgot what it's called, but it's
Winter
the darkest
solstice,
time of the
but-
year.
Yeah, like I think though that when like considering how fast and loose this movie is with logic, I think if we're going to start trying to get to the nitty gritty of exactly
Yeah.
what time of night it is, there's not going to be a solid like answer that's gonna make.
Yeah,
it
there's
feel
not
great.
much of a solid answer to any of the questions that the movie raises. So like, yeah, it takes him a while to get back. Orlock feeds on Ellen until the sun comes up, and then he dies in a pretty gruesome way. And he returns to a shriveled little sex corpse on top of her on the bed. And the movie ends rather abruptly with a little speech about basically, like, you know, 'twas beauty killed the beast kind of thing. That's pretty much it.
Also kind of fairy tale-ish. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. I wanted to ask. I guess this is an important question. The book that Von Franz reads, does it explicitly say that?
Nope.
Oh, we disconnected.
We have lost Jamie.
Uh.
It's my show now.
Ah.
There's going to be some changes around here. Sorry, continue.
Did it say explicitly in the book that this other woman in the book kept him busy till sunlight?
No.
Well, no,
because that's not how they kill him. They
yes.
chase him back to Transylvania, and they have a big fight with the gypsies. I don't know.
No. I
the
don't mean the
original
Dracula book. In
1922
the book
movie?
that Von Franz reads.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it does. It says that the woman willingly brings him into the bed and basically like lets him
feed over till the
feed
day.
until the
Hang
dawn,
around
yeah.
until daylight.
Yeah.
Okay, so see, okay, so I think we mentioned this somewhere else in the show. So from that book we can gather that sunlight is his weakness. Why does she need to keep him busy in the bed necessarily?
There's
Isn't-
no
Well, it's
good
like
reason.
what else is she gonna do?
There's
Like,
there's
I
no
mean,
good reason for there's no reason to believe that that would be more or less effective than anything that the gypsies tried or than putting her in a church. They just go along with it
like
because
do word for word what's in the book, not try to adapt the strategy. I mean, if Nicholas Holt read this, maybe he'd try to find another way.
maybe if you would clued the guy in on the fact that you were letting his wife kill herself or like
yeah,
offer
no,
herself up to
he
the
would have.
demon.
Yeah, exactly. He would have absolutely put a stop to it. He would not have let her do that.
Yeah, well, it's like there must be another way, right? Like, do we
Yeah.
have to end it this way? And the answer is no, obviously, we don't, because there are clearly other ways. We've seen other attempts at. This is where it really kind of all comes down to the fact that this version of Van Helsing is kind of
idiot.
incompetent. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's kind of a fucking moron because he doesn't like he's brought in and billed as an expert on the occult, right? But he knows nothing about vampires, and he admits as much, so he has to go and read a book, and the first book he finds on how to kill them says to do this. Now, he does mention, like, oh, well, it's different in, like, a bunch of different cultures and everything. So he knows that doesn't help, like, somebody in the chat mentioned that doesn't help the situation, because then he would know there's other potential solutions, but he still overcommits to this one, which like basically requires somebody to die in order to make it happen.
Yeah, and Rose Depp kind of talked to him for a while when was this? Before
When
the
they get out
wife
of the
got
carriage.
bitten. Yeah. So you can keep him kind of distracted. So they could come up with something else, but it's just like no. Van Helsing is just stubborn on this first book he read. Like, yeah, you're right. Just seems kind of dumb.
No.
Sounds like the dogs in that chase Nicholas Hoult around in the movie a little bit. So another mention in the chat about how she kept him busy while the boys destroyed his resting place. That's very heavily implied that is not actually doing anything, that it's just busy work so that she can distract him, and that it would have worked anyway. They very heavily imply that it's not actually effective. And that he would have been killed either way. This is just to stop her husband from interfering in the sacrifice that needs to happen.
I do think destroying the place that he can rest would definitely be a good call, though.
Yeah, no, I think they didn't
do
would,
nothing.
But they imply that it's basically just a distraction, that it's something to keep him busy so that he doesn't realize what's happening on the the other side of the coin, right? Like behind the veil.
Yeah.
Like, he taught Van Helsing, our Van Helsing stand-in talks very much about that. Like that's how that's working.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think like, yeah, this sacrifice, it didn't necessarily, this isn't the only path they could have went with. Definitely not.
Well, yeah, I think, I mean, that's clear to all of us.
Yeah. And yeah, a lot of it just boils down to Thomas not talking about it, not mentioning anything. Yeah. So that's how it ends. And I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I do not like it.
I guess we might have to wrap up without Cap because it looks like he's still having problems.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, that seems to be like right around the end of the movie, and I think we've talked pretty extensively
about the ending.
About it.
Do you know why he puts the flowers on the bed? Any specific? I guess like a funeral.
Yeah,
casket of some sort.
I don't know if it's
memorial flowers for his wife. I mean,
yeah, just like a general. Yeah, Robert Eggers is working against Robert Eggers is working against us here because he doesn't like that we weren't impressed by this one. We liked the rest of them, Rob. This is not it. Not for me.
I mean,
I haven't-
I still enjoyed this movie, at least on a first viewing. I would also say though, it's definitely Robert Eggers' weakest movies of his
Hello?
three, I think.
Hey, he's
yeah,
back.
Hey.
Holy shit. Well, we'll see for how long, but you were saying that it's his weakest movie. I agree. were we basically at the end of the movie? I was not able to.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
wrapped it up,
we're
basically,
yeah,
yeah.
we're done the movie. We're kind of
All
giving
right.
final thoughts.
Continue with your final thoughts. Tell me.
I mean, that's pretty much it. It's like, yeah, I enjoyed the movie. I think it's got a lot of good gothic horror vibes, which is not really kind of a movie that you've seen much lately of, and that I think does contextualize things like the melodramatic acting and stuff like that. It's shot very well. It's edited generally quite well, and it keeps you engaged and definitely makes you feel tense for the entire thing. But I did not enjoy it as much as Witch, Lighthouse, or Northman.
Yeah, somebody, Dunny in the chat just said the more they think about it, the less they like it. Definitely his weak. It's the same weakest. It's the same for me. I didn't hate it when I came out of the theater. I don't know that I would say I hate it now. I think there's technically I think it's better than a lot of the slop that comes out lately nowadays. But I don't know that I could recommend it honestly. Just on the writing, I think it fails really bad in a lot of aspects. And you know, I've seen a couple of people asking, you know, did he write this while he was filming it? And that I don't think that that's what it was. He did.
He definitely did not.
This is the movie that made him, or this is the thing that like got him his start. As a high school kid, he did a stage performance of Nosferatu that he wrote as a play, and a off Broadway theater manager saw it and came up to him as a 16-year-old kid and asked, "Hey, do you want to do a version of that for me with a budget?" And he said yes, and that got him into directing in the first place. So I think that I did not know. Yeah, like this seems, and like this feels like a first, like an amateur, a first effort, right? Like compared to the rest of the stuff that
in terms of the writing, yeah.
In terms of the writing, this is
very this was announced a long while ago. I want to say like 5 years ago. This film was announced, and I think Harry Styles was supposed to play Nicholas Holt's
Thank God
character.
He didn't.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, Nicholas Holt's a better actor for sure.
Oh, much better. Yes, absolutely.
And from what I know, like I think this was his passion project.
Doesn't it always?
I guess
turn
it would
out
make
that the passion
sense.
Projects are the worst. Like,
well,
sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Someone said that he wrote the script a long time ago, and then it hasn't changed much since. Because sometimes when you're trying to make a movie, you have like a bunch of plates spinning at once because you never know exactly when the moment will strike that a certain one gets greenlit. You know what I mean? So like, it could be that he wrote this script quite a while ago.
And he didn't want to change it much.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'll say my closing thoughts. I was very disappointed by this movie because I so liked his others. And so while it's certainly not as bad as some of the worst things coming out these days, I was very, very disappointed by it. It was a big letdown for me. I really don't think it's especially well written at all, but a lot of my issues lie in the unlikability of the characters and the weakness of the resolution of the story, as well as general things about like, what are the stakes if he can just mind control people and such stuff like that. How bad it is, like objectively on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a little hard for me to say. Like Matthew Leach, thank you for the super chat very much, says, what would you rate this out of 10? And among his films, for me, the order is The Lighthouse, The Witch, The Northman, and then this well below those other three.
I'm
out of 10.
I have to think Lighthouse, Witch for me.
That's fair. That's
Lighthouse,
order.
Northman, very, very close as like a 1A, 1B, The Witch, and then this one is like, this one's like right.
Northman, I find is his most easily recommendable movie. Like most people will watch The Northman and enjoy it, whereas both Witch and Lighthouse, they're very good, but also you could recommend that to a lot of people who will come up to you afterwards and be like, "What the fuck did you just tell me to watch?"
Especially The Lighthouse. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not for everybody.
I guess I'm the basic of the group. Yeah. My favorite was Northman. Then probably this, and then Lighthouse at the very end.
Oh, what about
Oh,
the Witch?
I haven't seen The
you've
Witch.
not seen The
I
Witch,
can't-
okay,
how
okay.
wrong you are.
Northman's I put Northman at number
No,
one.
well,
He's not
that
talking
part.
about that. He's talking about Nosferatu at number 2.
Fair enough.
No, I'm mostly talking about the Lighthouse.
look,
Hey, I
I-
mean, like,
look,
okay.
that's
the
an
thing-
opinion. It's okay for people to have opinions.
Yeah. Opinion.
Not
This
on
is
this
not
channel,
objective.
it's not.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just joking.
I guess I need to watch The Witch then. I haven't seen that.
I would recommend it.
I think it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
If I liked Northman, do you think I'll like The Witch?
They're
different.
nothing alike. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
okay.
I wouldn't be using that to be like, oh, Anya Taylor-Joy's in them both, so they're the same. Like, no. It's
It's a
closer to Lighthouse, I'd say, but
Honestly,
also
it's,
very
close,
different
it's
from
closer
that.
to this one, but like better executed, I would say. Honestly.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
The thing is, I really wanted to like this film. I really wanted to, and I still think I really liked the first half of this. You know, it really reminded me of the book. I'm kind of mixed on the book because yes, sex vampire metaphors. I just didn't like learning about that. I suppose.
I would reread it without that lens.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
Just
necessarily
like
have to.
reread it outside of the context of a literature class. I think you'll have
Eng-
a
yeah,
much
Eng-
better time with it.
Yeah,
English lit teachers are not always right. That's
yeah. Maybe you're right.
True Pop. I specifically think you would really enjoy reading Dracula now. I think you would.
Okay.
It's quite a good story, and there's a lot of stuff to really like about it, especially in terms of like the characters and what it says about all these issues. Very good.
Cool.
It's just very well written too.
Yeah. So yeah, I did like the first half of this, and it kind of reminded me of the book as well. The second half, I was kind of mixed on. I didn't know what to think about it, but yeah, having been on this show, you guys have made it clear that there's definitely holes. So yeah, it was a interesting conversation, and thank you for having me. And
Oh,
Thanks
no
for having
problem.
me as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem.
Hopefully, I didn't miss too much at the end there. I don't know what happened.
I mean, honestly, you missed the ending, and we've talked
We
about
talked
the
about the
ending,
ending
like,
quite
through
a
the
bit.
entire episode. So
Ad nauseum, even. Yeah, thank you guys very much for joining us. I think we're caught up on all the super chats.
Pretty
Oh
sure.
no.
No?
I wait. Unless you guys talked about this when I wasn't around. The what is your guys' favorite Dracula adaptation?
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh no.
Dunny,
Oh.
thank you very much for the super chat. Asked, what is your guys' favorite Dracula adaptation? That is a tough question because
I don't think I like any of them.
I don't especially.
None of the ones
love
that
any of them.
I've watched have been very.
I've got
they all
kind
pale
of
in comparison
Van
to the
Helsing
book for me.
with Hugh Jackman.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for the Coppola one. It's so ridiculous, but I like it a little.
Yeah, I really Van Helsing with what's his name that you just said. It's a
Hugh
very fun
Jackman?
movie. Yep. It's not like a very strict adaptation of Dracula by any
No.
means, but it
Or
is a
Frankenstein
blast.
or the Wolfman.
It's fun. Yeah,
A lot of
it
fun.
might be mine too, but there's a lot of contenders like Hotel Transylvania with Adam Sandler. That is just masterpiece of cinema. What else is there? Like I'm trying to think of other
Blade
really good ones.
Trinity.
Blade Trinity.
Blade
Yeah.
Trinity.
Actually, I don't think Blade ever takes on Dracula. I don't.
Yeah,
think
he
so, at
doesn't.
least.
He's the villain of Blade Trinity. That movie sucks though. So don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Dracula shows up
Yeah.
in Buffy, but that's pretty lame, honestly.
Yeah, it's not a good episode.
No,
It's-
it's not.
Oh, why? He's a quintessential vampire.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't try as hard on that one, I guess.
Trying to think of another one.
I honestly
I suppose
don't
I
really like
I
any of
liked
them.
I liked Count Dracula in Castlevania, even though I'm not a fan of
I
the
mean,
show
yeah,
too
actually,
much.
yeah, season
Yeah.
1 and 2 of Castlevania, where Dracula is actually a character, or
Yeah.
they're worth watching.
I really liked the fight between him and Alucard.
Yeah.
It's Dracula backwards? Yeah, I really liked the fight. I thought it was very emotional.
The Topaz dude has recommended, as he has in the past, recommended the 70s Dracula that is actually quite good, apparently.
Christopher Lee one?
Lee.
I think
Yeah.
so, yeah. I will put that on the list to check it out. Because
I'm
Oh.
gonna put that on my list too because
It's
So-
just, I've seen that one. It's just been far too long, so I can't really compare it against the other ones. I watched it when I
Also-
was like a little kid and on like TV on Sunday at my grandma's house once.
I did hear as well that Robert Eggers wanted past tense wanted to direct a Frankenstein movie, but he kind of backed out of it. And I know now Guillermo del Toro is doing a Frankenstein movie, so I'm wondering if that's going to be some. That's another book I had to read, but that was in high school, so
Yeah.
that's another one
That
I
might be
would.
interesting.
I don't like it as much as Dracula, but I would recommend going back to it now and not looking at it through the lens of a class because I think it's pretty interesting and it has. The subsequent adaptations have lost a lot of what that story is about, and I think if you go back to it just, on its own, you'll probably have a much better time.
Yeah, I suppose there's a reason why these books remain kind of timeless in a way, and there's a lot of interpretations of them sometimes, especially in the classroom setting.
Yeah, especially now that they're public domain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Matthew Leach asked Disney animation arc next. Yeah, probably that would be the next.
Maybe we'll see.
No?
We'll figure it out.
What do you mean?
we have we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. And
Oh,
get
okay.
back
We
to
might have other plans, but after whatever that is, it
Yes,
will
okay.
eventually be time to continue we've been watching and reviewing slowly all the 2D animated Disney movies.
Ah,
So
cool.
Nice.
The
kind of
Up
theatrical
fun.
until
The theatrical
which
one, yeah.
one?
Princess and the Frog is the last one, right?
Princess and the Frog is the
Okay.
last 2D one. So we're gonna
Yeah,
we got
we're gonna stop
37
there.
movies that we got to make our way through.
Oh, my.
But yeah,
Nice.
it's been really refreshing and fun to go back through those. So we will continue that at some point. But it sounds like Hugh has other plans that he's not told me about yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Well,
Yeah.
I suppose. Do you guys have anything? Why don't you tell the fine people who may not know much about you what you do on YouTube?
Sorry, Dunny for £5 apparently says, did you guys see people on Twitter media literacying people saying Orlock was a complex, sympathetic character just seeking companionship?
I have not seen that. Also, I don't know how I missed that super chat. Thank you, Mark, for catching that.
Yeah,
I've not seen that. That's silly. That's very silly.
that is
Yeah,
a
that's-
very silly take.
That's weird. That's a
Why-
weird one.
why-
For the
If
media literacy
anything,
people on
Ellen
Twitter-
was doing that.
for the media
No,
literacy on people on Twitter to be like, how come you guys don't respect the incel? That's a strange one.
Yeah.
That is an odd
To be
choice.
honest, that interpretation doesn't surprise me in the slightest. There seems to be a lot of sympathy for either the villain or the monster. Modern day
Yes, though I
times.
will
I mean,
say
That'll
it's more
happen.
common to feel sympathy for like female monsters that you see all the time these days, where it's like, Cruella de Vil, was she really that bad?
Dalmatians killed her mom. So
Yeah, well, maybe
Yeah.
she had a reason to want to kill puppies.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, because she's a lady.
What do you think about that, Jojo?
yeah.
They don't do that as frequently with male monsters like Dracula, who are so obviously like patriarchal
I don't know,
figures.
man. I feel like every
Pirates.
Dracula adaptation I've watched, except maybe Bela Lugosi from the original one, has tried to be very sympathetic to him.
That's true as like a romantic figure who just wants his lost love. But I mean, specifically in this version, I don't know exactly why people would look at him and go, "Oh, he just wanted someone to give him a hug."
Yeah.
Just I don't see that in this one. Yeah,
No,
because
definitely.
like you said, in other ones they're always like, "Oh, he's just longing after his lost loved one," and he really he's kind of a romantic figure, tragic romantic
It's
figure.
literally the entire point
Yeah.
of the Coppola one. So
Yes, it is, and that's why I don't like it.
In this one, he just wants to get laid by one particular woman.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
It
then
was
he
sympathetical for all.
and then he was like, "Oh no, my one weakness, what I wanted. Oh no." Let's see. Now I just gotta actually double check all the super chats to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep, that's it. Okay. Well,
Cool.
like I said, thank you guys very much for joining us. Thank you, Mark, for catching that super chat.
Yeah.
Coming in clutch. Yeah. Oh, you guys were going to talk briefly about what you guys do on YouTube and where people can find you. I believe there are links in the description. I will double check that.
Mine's pretty easy these days. I'm pretty much just on Metal Commander's channel on Sundays. We do a show called Metals Forge. I've kind of been taking a step away from YouTube to focus on some military stuff and family stuff. So yeah, that's Metal Commander's channel. Subscribe to that. Hear me talking about movies and stuff, not on like this.
Yeah, do it. Except that they usually stream on Sundays, so there are competitors. So don't actually.
Yeah. Watch our VODs, but pop into super chat us.
Yeah, I'm TruePopCulture7. I do like funny meme edits on my YouTube channel and occasional reviews here and there. Yeah, I don't live stream as much as often anymore, but you might see me pop by here and there. I don't have anything specific to announce, but hey, check out my channel.
Cool.
You might
there's a
catch
link to your channel
laugh or two.
in the description, and I will put a link to Metal Commander's channel as well for Mark. Yeah, unless anyone had any closing thoughts, I think we'll wrap it up there. We've been going for quite a while. We've talked about Nosferatu, the good and the bad, and the ugly. Thank you guys very much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the week. We'll be back next Sunday for something. I don't know what yet. Hugh's going to tell me, but we'll see you then. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Everybody.
Thank you for all the super chats, and goodbye.
Bye.
See you later.
All right, bye.